life. What's going on, everyone? Whew.
Hello,
Lord
hello,
have mercy.
hello.
We need to, this communication topic happens in all types of relationships. So Jay and I were working out some kinks and trying to stream from both of our channels. So hopefully, I think we were doing some behind the scenes work, and this live will stream from both of our channels. So if anybody's watching now, you will get a chance to uh, get the benefit of seeing it on either one of our platforms. We're trying to do something a little different that another one of our peers showed us how to do. But listen, this is what happens when you flying the plane and building it at the same time, because we neglected to do a dry run. So we kind of dry ran with you. So we want to thank you all, for everybody, for your patience, for bearing with us. But we are here ready to chop it up with you guys. Unfortunately, there's no Ready to Love episode that aired yesterday. So we'll just kind of dive into some of the themes that we thought were some takeaways from us between Ready to Love and Married at First Sight. There's been a lot of hot chatter of late. So we figured out, why not chop it up with our Another Round and our Unfiltered family together and talk. So Jay, so glad to have you on. Loving the beautiful, beautiful hair, the mane you have going on. Is that an ode to Shaka?
Of course not. Okay. This is a straight lion's mane. Okay. Shaka got length. I don't have yet. She extended her length. I don't know what she got going on, but sister been having some growth for a while.
Nice. Well, it looks good. It looks good. So, I see we got a couple of folks out there. We got the Salsa, we got Brandy Love. I see David Adekoya in the chat. Anybody else out there? Tell me, just let us know who's out there. Send us a wave, a hello, a something, so we know you're there. And then, we could figure out which direction we want to dive into first. So, Jay, speaking of Shaka, did you get a chance to check out that versus battle with her and Stephanie Mills?
Nope, sure didn't. Did
I
not
heard it. What'd you say?
I didn't even know it was happening until Shanae said something.
Yeah, I didn't get to watch it all either. All right, so I see people rolling in. Hey, Brittany Beckford. Hey, Sweet Entry. What's going on, Monique King? You are active in these YouTube streets. I gotta, we so appreciate you. Sharon F. What else we got? Ariadne. What's up? Oh, we got Chris Natha in the house. Okay.
I'm glad you can read names, because I've been messed up everybody's name up on here.
Listen, this one's tricky for me, so I want to try it again. Ariadne Benet. That's a tricky one. You're gonna have to phonetically break that down for me, please, so I can pronounce your name correctly. Tiffany, what's up, Tiffany? All right. So appreciate you guys all again. Sorry for the delay. It's a Saturday night, but we want to hang out with our family. I said it beautifully. Oh man. Okay.
I'd have messed it all up. I'm glad he did it. I don't know what I would have called you. I'm not even about to try. Hey, Tiffany. It's okay, because of my government name, everybody never calls it right anyway, so it's all right. We just gonna leave it at the J. We call you A. I'm gonna call you A. I'm Jay. How you doing? Nice to meet you.
Chris Natha loves the hair.
Thank you. Shoot, I had to just blow it out, figure out something so I can just quick put in a ponytail.
It looks good. Y'all, let me tell you, you want some behind the scenes? Let me tell you, we're about to work. We're about to do relationship.
I'm about to mute your mic.
Jay was about to cuss me out, y'all.
Mute your mic.
She held it together. Jay's a woman of character and grace, but I could see her under her breath cussing me out. She was cussing me out.
I don't feel like blessing out folks today. You know what I'm saying? We just go shh.
So she held it together, but she must have repeated herself about 3 times. She was like, Shawn, I don't see the comment. I was like, all right, hold on 1 second.
The comments, I can't write to you guys. I can't interact. I feel neglect.
She was upset. I'm like, Jay, she was about to be like, cancel the whole live. Just cancel it.
Give them their money back.
Give
them their money back. Just.
It's all right. Cancel it. I'm done. Oh, Crystal. I know Crystal Annette is busy, but she came through in the clutch. She was our StreamYard support person, gave immediate technical support so we can get this done straight. But I tell you, communication, it's important in your friendships. It's important in your work relationships. And it's definitely important in your personal relationships.
It ain't that important in your work relationships, though. I'm sorry. I'm a person that is not a big fan of work. So.
Well, what's this? This is like a friendship and a work relationship all at the same time, no?
This is friendship.
And then isn't that an aspect of work?
No, this is fun.
Okay. What happens when we get monetized? Does it become business then?
It's still gonna be fun. I'm not gonna make it business. We're just gonna be fun with a paycheck.
Okay. All right. I'll take it. So when you're in that kitchen, right, Jay, there's line cooks, executive chefs, there's pastry chefs. Don't you have to communicate to get the flow going?
See, no, this is the thing. They need to communicate with me.
It don't go like that, Jay.
I know. Okay, so we really supposed to be here doing the art of communication. Okay, so
hello.
Communication is I got a detox, okay, right now, because you'd have stressed me out. My hair, the frizz all the way a different way, okay. You know, I was about to start to be on here like Cousin It and just cover my whole face like this and just be like, you know, I'm done.
Come on, Jay, let's work out some friendship therapy. What's up, Lucky Marie? Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you.
Yes, you know, art of communication. So yes, there is a 3-way street to it. There is the sender, the receiver, and the message. A lot of times it is all lost when they don't send me the message the way I want to receive it. You know what I'm saying? So that's what happens at work. But yes, work communication is the biggest part of our lives. We as humans, we have learned to communicate with words, sounds, expressions, emotions, body language. So we have so many different ways of communicating, yet we seem to fall short over and over again. Like, you know, something goes wrong. And it's always, we like to say it's in the middle, but I really feel like it's on both ends. It's the receiver and the sender. Those two ends, I think, are the biggest problem. You know, over in school, they used to tell us it's the message and everything that's in between, the body language, the message, the tone, all of that stuff. But I really think the two on the ends are the biggest problem. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying. I guess I'm just trying to come back to, like, when we think about the things that go wrong in communication, what do you think of some things that go wrong? Let's just, if you don't mind, let's just use us as a case example, right? Mm-hmm. So we had a little glitch trying to get on. Where would you say the communication broke down? Like, if you just kind of looking back over it because it's fresh.
In that particular thing, I think more so for between me and you, it had been the middle because we're not necessarily face to face. So it's kind of hard when we're trying to explain what's happening without the other one actually seeing what's happening. Mm-hmm. So for us, it was a lot of the middle. The breakdown is in the middle of just trying to relay the messages and convey what we are seeing on our respective ends. With others, let's say Zach and Michaela.
Okay.
I say it's the two more so than the message, because with Zach, sometimes the message is not even there. The words are not coming out. And, then you have Michaela hearing what she wants to hear and translating it the way she wants it to be. And in some cases, I'll say with him too, we'll just take the whole they had a plan situation. Now we hear her say several times, yes, that's a plan, but I don't like the plan. However, when we get to certain situations like the end, she says there was no plan. So in that regards, it's a question of, was it clearly stated what the plan was going to be? Did she just translate it the way she wanted to be and took it how she wanted to go? Did he communicate properly the plan? So we start having the breakdown of every aspect with their thing. I know me and you, it's a little bit different because we're like literally both on the same team trying to work it out to figure it out. But when we're communicating against an opposing team, so to speak, even if they're pretending to be on our side, a lot of times that's where we fall short on communication, because we're lying to get what we want. Some cases we're manipulating the conversation. We're not listening. That's a big thing. We're not listening to understand. We're just listening to either respond or listening for certain things that we want to hear. And when we don't, what Dr. Ish I know you don't watch Marriage Boot Camp, but what he talked about is what he calls love, LUV, listen, understand, validate. And so when we don't do those things, we have a big problem. We have a Michaela and Zach. I said this. No, you didn't. Yes, I did. This never happened. Blowout. And I think a lot of relationships end up going that route because, especially with a, let's say, male and female relationship, the male will say, hey, I want to hang out with you. I want to kick it with you. I want to do the, just be cool with you. And the girl hears, oh, I like you. I want a relationship. And it can be vice versa. Don't get me wrong. But, a lot of times we go through this, and then most of the time it's the female that hears a whole bunch of other stuff that wasn't said by the man. And here we are. She's in a relationship. He is not.
Yeah, I think that's a good space to like dive into, right? Because you said some things that kind of that kind of touch some points that I think in my mind are applicable to not just Married at First Sight and Zach and Michaela, but like just relationships in general. It's like, are you really listening to what the person is saying to you? Are you listening to respond? Are you listening to be right? Or are you just really trying to listen? And I think like when we truly, like, especially if it's a little tense moment where you're trying to like get through a scenario or work out a scenario or a disagreement that happened, that goes out the window because all we hear swirling around in our head are the frustrations and what the problems are that are bothering us. And we don't necessarily listen to the other person, to what they're trying to say to give us clarity around it. Right. And I think, I keep reflecting back on that, on our example, because it was a perfect example. And ultimately it played out the way it needed to play out because we got on live, but we both had to like listen to each other. There was clarity that was needed. And I think we don't do that. We jump. And what you just said happens so often. And we've seen it even in YouTube where somebody has a whole separate story that they've created that has nothing to do with what's happening right now, right? We think about the Zach and the Michaela situation, and hopefully, I know many of you watch Married at First Sight, but just to kind of break it down, it's a couple that's married at first sight, and a black couple, uh, similar age. The husband's 27, the wife is 30, and they have a lot of chaos in between them that we see. And some of the things that get hotly debated as viewers watching the show is this perceived sex that's happening between Zach and Michaela, because she's torn up things, cursed him out, broken some stuff, and been a little more on the volatile end of things. So from on the surface, he kind of goes in and out of the relationship. So he gets upset. He doesn't like conflict. He runs away. He comes back. And then it's this, he says, I want to sleep in the same bed. So what a lot of we're hearing from the women, not all, but some of them, is that, well, he keeps going back to her for sex. Okay. But they're two people that are married. A part of marriage is sex. And I think we just forget, like, how many of us have been in relationships that we knew we shouldn't have been in, but we stay a little bit longer than we need to stay. And when we stay, we're not just playing tiddlywinks with the person, right? We're not playing jacks and Uno and spades. No, we might be doing those things, but we're going to be intimate because it's an intimate relationship. So I think we just get so focused on that. Well, he keeps having sex with her and he's manipulating her, but it takes two people to have sex as long as it's consensual, right? So why are we getting so focused on that and spending all of our energy on whether they had sex or whether they didn't, And I think we're not hearing what he said, because if you hear what he says, as jumbled and confused as it may be, he says, I don't think we should be married. We are different, is when you boil it down. That's what he said in so many words, right? So, but we spend so much energy on the sex part and all those things that, for me, I guess, as a man, like, my perspective is, I don't know why we just spend so much time keep talking about that. Like, I don't get it. So maybe, Jay, you can add some color to that for me.
Yeah, I don't know how okay, so he says we sit in a bed. I want to go back to the bed and we can have fun and do the fun that we're used to. For whatever reason, everybody translate fun, I know it's a 3-letter word, into another 3-letter word. There's a lot of things that can be said that fun is in the bedroom, but because automatically we like to put in the pieces from our own puzzle into it, we automatically assume that he's referring to sex, that he's referring to some type of, sexual relationship or anything like that, because he says fun. We don't know exactly what is fun in their bedroom, because they're never ever saying this is what we actually have done. But because in our minds, and this is what we do a lot, even in communicating with one another, we already have a preset notion of what is going to be said and what it's meant. So when we hear fun, we like, oh, I know what kind of fun I have, so it must mean this. Instead of saying, hey, can you explain what you mean by fun? Take the time out and say, what possibly did he mean by fun? Now we can translate it to, yes, he meant sex. We can say he meant playing Jenga, as a couple of people have said. He'd been playing Monopoly. They could have played Nintendo. We do not know unless we actually ask the question, what do you mean by fun? And this is the problem that we tend to have as humans a lot, because we do this with reading. If you speed read like I do, you know that a lot of times you see 2 letters and you already know the rest of the word. And a lot of times we misquote or misread a lot of stuff because of those things. The speed reading in us, it says, okay, like I'll say this right here. Lynn has selective hearing of the deaf one with main corporates behind this communication. Half of that, I'm reading half of it and it's like, okay, certain words just jump out. And so I know what the rest of the sentence say. A lot of times, no, that's not even the case. We do it when we do listening because we're not actively listening to our partner. We're listening to, like you said, waiting to respond, waiting to have that finish our argument. Or we just picked up on that one trigger word in a whole statement and we're holding on to that. So we just can't hear nothing else that they're saying because we're that thing right there. I got to talk about that. I have to address that though. I have to do that. You know, one thing about you and I, Shawn, I love about us because we have both come from debating backgrounds. Yours is a little bit more extensive than mine's. But when you do debate, it forces you to really actively listen to the other person's argument all the way through. Because you'll miss key points that will help your case if you don't. If I'm so busy holding on to that one point they made at the beginning, I might miss a whole bigger piece that is so much easier for me to explain. Trying to defend this one piece I barely know anything about, but I'm just so hooked on that fact that I don't really know nothing about it. I have to stay with that one. I can't get down the line where they are and their argument. To even say, you know what, I heard what you said, and let me show you how this works for me. That's why you have to do all three. You have to listen, understand what you're hearing, and then validate what you heard. Once you validate what you heard, you can go on with your own argument because that lets the person know, I heard everything you said. When we used to watch, I'm going to say it wrong, Ivana, say it.
Ayana?
Ayana. Yeah, see, I knew I was going to say it wrong. Ivana stuff. She used to make them validate the points by literally repeating what was said. Shawn, you say something to me. I had a tuna fish sandwich today. I can't sit here and be like, oh, so you had a tuna sandwich. It's the same thing. Yet the translation is different because I didn't say it exactly the way you say it. So when we are in a heated argument, if I don't say it back the same way you say it, I'm not recognizing anything you're saying. That means I'm not validating. I didn't translate it what I wanted to hear out of it. Because you can sit there and say, Jay, you know, your mouth, when you go off, you say these things, and you do this. I can't stand when you roll your eyes, all this and stuff. It's like, oh, I roll my eyes and I talk too loud for you. So that's the problem. That's what we having an issue with because I'm too loud now. Like, it's like, no, I never mentioned you being loud. I just said you talk like this. Yes, you roll your eyes, this. And so this is how arguments continue and it pursues and it just goes all left field. And we miss so much and whatnot. But I was trying to find a clip so we can kind of see where when you're not actively listening, why that occurs. And it's different reasons. Like you said, when we're in a heated argument, some of us shut down. You get to yelling at me, sometimes I stop listening. I don't, above a certain decimal, I check out. My ears do not work. Like, I cannot hear, like, you got a dog whistle to me, you got to talk low, like, keep it low and stuff. But if we could talk like adults, I'm going to take into account everything you saying to me. You know, I'll try to translate it back to you as much as I can. I'm one of them people, I'm luckily one of them people that in the middle of an argument, I kind of forget what I'm arguing about sometimes. So you might get away with a whole bunch. Now, the debate is a different story. Like in the debate, I'll be a little bit more active in my listening. But in the argument, it's just like, I need to attack and I'm going about my business because I ain't trying to spend all day with you on this. So I'm the worst when it comes to arguing because I'm definitely going to shoot for the gut and I'm out. I'm hitting the Candace.
I call that the cat approach, you know?
Cat approach.
Yeah, you just get in, kick up the dust, you know, cover up whatever crap you dropped, and you're out. Cats don't stay near the litter box for too long. You know, they just they do their business, do what they got to do, and then they're out. But
Scratch around.
Monique is cracking some jokes. She said she wants to know what the other fun things are that they do in bed. She only does one. She must be missing out on the others. There's
Monique.
tons of things you could do in bed. Sleep. That's fun. Listen, if you haven't, you know, had a good rest, it's fun to get a good night's rest. There's other things. You can have a massage in bed. You can lay and watch TV in bed. You can cuddle in bed. We know Johnny likes to cuddle in bed. He likes to be the little spoon.
The little spoons.
Your hair is getting rave reviews.
Thank
What's
you,
up,
guys.
Wealth?
Yeah, it's a lot of other things. I'm sorry. Hey, thank you, Wealth Health. I'm sorry, Monique, but there's a lot of other things that are fun in bed, like, you know, other than now they might not be as fun.
Breakfast in bed. Come on.
Right. Jumping in the bed. You could just jump around in the bed. Exactly. You know, a little wrestle. Yes, the little spoon, Corey. You might be the little spoon. Don't play with me.
So, see, Monique, were you taking notes? We gave you a couple of things that you can do in bed that are fun, that aren't that.
Monique,
so we got a bunch of comments. Oh, this is Crystal. Crystal, listen. We gave you a shout out earlier. You were our in-house StreamYard technician. Thank you. Thank you for getting us straight on StreamYard today with this joint broadcast we were doing.
Thank you, Crystal. And I want to address this comment that you got right here. Let's be honest. With Zach, talking might be fun because he don't do it very well. So for him, being able just to sit and lay there and talk to somebody and get his point across, that might be fun. You know, I don't know what fun is for Zach. That's what we need to ask Zach. What exactly do he mean by fun? You know, sitting in the bed eating ice cream. I don't know.
It.
No, I listed off a bunch of things. Trey Mack got my list the last time.
That's it. So what you saying, DeSalsa? You said, Zach told her, I love you. You're the best person, blah, 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 blah. For me, that's manipulation. Just stop playing with her mind, Zach. Kay isn't well.
Linda, he said, blah, blah, blah.
That's what she heard. She checked out like you. He's like, oh, blah, blah, blah. Zacking again. He's talking.
Womp, 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 womp. Nah, see. That's the part right there, though. That's the part we have the thing. Because if you don't feel a certain way, you shouldn't be communicating certain things to people. That's the problem that I had with Corey. Corey, when you guys watched the interview with Little Black Book, shout out to Kojo. Corey's biggest flaw to me in his time on the show was not being honest. He could be Corey. He can do all the little things that he did. He can leave the notes. He can tell them to go see his parents because it's not traditional for them to wait until I'm ready to marry you to meet my parents and stuff. It's not traditional in my household. But his biggest flaw, he was not honest in his communication. And then you get caught up in it and you get pressured or you feel pressured and you start deflecting. For me, that's a big problem. When you get to deflecting, you get to lying. You know, you guys mostly heard my deal breaker is pretty much lying. I can deal with a whole bunch, but the lying for me is a flat out disrespect to me because you're disrespecting my intelligence. You're taking away my choice. And for me, that's a problem. So where I found fault in Corey and his communication was the deflection and the lies. I don't know, Shawn, if a female came up to you and, you know, you caught her up in some stuff and she like, well, I don't know what you're talking about. Did you see me? Well, it never really happened that way. You want to come meet my parents?
Yeah, that's definitely off. But before, because we could dive into Corey, I want to kind of go back to this comment a little bit because it goes right back to some of the things that happen in communication, right? So with this one, Linda is saying, like, why does he tell her he loves her? She's the best person and that she isn't well. The question that I have is, we've all seen Michaela, and in this instance, you know, I kind of talked about it a little earlier. We've seen her break down. We've seen her outbursts. We've seen her be, let's call it disrespectful, rather. And I just don't understand why she is a grown woman. Zach is responsible for her, right? And this goes into just that. And this is just me in my opinion. I think what happens is, because she's a woman, we put her in a position of assumed weakness. So now he, as a man, has to do everything right because he's with a woman that is unstable. And that's just an unfair advantage. And how do we know that he doesn't believe that? Maybe in his mind, in his people-pleasing, distorted ways, he really does care about her, or he just doesn't want to upset her so much that he feels that's what he has to do. I don't see him as somebody that just is going out of their way. We don't have enough information at this point to see, like, oh, he's just going out of his way to make her look crazy. Like, he's somebody that's spinning and out of control himself, in the sense of not knowing what to do, how to handle the situation, and what to deal with it. So I think two people come into the relationship as they are. They should be responsible for themselves. This is my belief, right? I should be responsible for me. The woman I'm with should be responsible for her. If there's things we need to work on, that's great. And we should do so. But just because I make a mistake doesn't mean that, okay, that's okay. That's okay for her to flip out, or I'm wrong because I made a mistake, but now she lost her mind and went to level 10.
There's also some parts of this too that I know I have done in my life. I have told people, and this is not a lie, it wasn't a lie at the time either, that I do love them. They probably were one of the best relationships that I had at the time, but we just weren't. The timing was right. Something was off. Maybe I just wasn't ready to be committed. Maybe I wanted more than they were willing to give me. Doesn't take away from the fact that I loved them. And it didn't take away from the fact that they were probably a good person and a good fit for me, I might have thought. Even one of the best relationships I had. Just because I tell you good things doesn't make me a liar or a manipulator. Or because I'm willing to say, hey, the relationship part of us right now is just not feasible, but I would like to work towards it. And if you're willing to do that with me, I would be all for it. That doesn't make me a manipulator. That just me being in my position saying, hey, what we have right now is just not working for me. That's why I know a lot of people didn't understand. He doesn't communicate well, period. But him saying, I want to divorce the past 8 weeks and start over without the cameras. People act differently without other people watching, without the audience. She may be a whole nice, sweet person when the cameras are not rolling. We don't know. We didn't see all of their experience together. We only got what the editing floor gave us. And so with that, there is something to her that he is attracted to. There's a part of her that he really likes. And he's probably like, okay, if the cameras are not around, maybe I'll get more of that part of you. We have this with all the relationships that we in. We never like somebody 100%. There's parts of them that was like, if I can go without it, I will go. But it's them. We accept that part of them because we like the other parts much more. When that balance is the 80-20 balance, then you generally will stay for that person. If it's not, that 20 is just not detrimental to your health. So when you guys like, and I'm saying you guys because I don't really watch the show. I just hit pieces here and there. But so when you guys are keep saying that Zach is manipulating her by saying that, that's not really a manipulation. There's been plenty of people in your life that you do love, but you can't stand. I'm pretty sure you have family members right now. You have love for them, but you're like, you know what? I love you from a distance. It's not manipulation.
Yeah.
That right there is not. That's just in my opinion.
Yeah, and I think the other thing is, I think we've all been in relationships where at the time we felt strongly for the person, but then had a chance to look back and say, you know what, I didn't love them in that way, or I didn't care about that person as much as I really did, because you got to think about it. And I talked about this a little bit last night on Maria S's channel, and it's a lesson that I'm learning right now in real time as I'm reviewing shows and also getting some opportunities here and there to interact with the people that are reality TV actors themselves. And in me, it's just stirred up that we need to give folks a little more grace, because one, they're human beings just like we are. And the major thing is, we are getting the benefit of watching the show from a bird's eye view. Those people are living out the show as they move along to get along. Now, obviously, certain things that are wrong and horrible or whatever they may be, I'm not saying we don't call people out on those things. I'm just saying when you look at big picture and then we start inserting things that we just haven't seen evidence of, just think about a time when you might have been in a relationship and you didn't tell the truth. Does everybody tell the truth 24/7 in their relationships? Do we tell lies? Do we mislead people sometimes to get things that we want? It happens. I mean, I've been guilty of doing, being dishonest in the sense of, it wasn't a major infraction, but it might have been, I want to go here, but you want to go there. And I'll figure a way to make sure we get to where I want to go. It's real life. And I say all that to say, it's just like, let's also just give folks a little grace and see big picture, because we're like looking at it weeks after it's already been done and edited. And not that editing is everything. Some things just are what they are, right? If I curse you out right here on this screen, there's nothing that it is what it is, right? Mm-hmm. Like I can't take that back. It doesn't. I did it. It's disrespectful. It's wrong, right? But some things there are nuances to. My point.
And just like Michaela and her lies, there's nuances to that too. But yeah, I just can't deal with a liar.
I hear you. Lies and deception.
Yeah, I mean, and the reason for that for me is because I don't know who you are when I realize that you've been lying to me. Now I have to question everything that you've ever said to me up until the day. Mm-hmm. And I don't know who you are. So the person that I thought you were, that you built me up to believe you were, is no longer. There was something that I wanted to speak on earlier too. That whole saying that believe the person that they show you, believe that person. But some people are good at showing you a mask. They're representatives. They're good at showing that and holding it for a long time. Long enough for you to fall for that person, long enough for you to believe in that person, longer you should be there some years with that person before that representative falls off. And I never understood why people say that, when a person shows you who they are, believe it. It's like, how long do I supposed to wait to watch this person before I realize that they're something different from what I thought they were? And so that, I don't know, I was like, maybe you can help me explain that concept, because I thought about it earlier and I was just like, that is like the weirdest thing that we say to one another. And it's I don't know, it's an oxymoron in my head. Like it makes absolutely no sense.
What part of it maybe?
The believe a person when they show you who they believe who they are, mm-hmm. Because it's like I said, if I'm dealing with somebody who's just a good actor, they can show me something for a very long time until the point I'm already blinded by love with this person.
I guess it's like to your point, right? You mentioned earlier that lying is a deal breaker for you, right?
Mhm.
And that's something that you don't take kindly to. So if you are in a relationship with someone and they lie not just once about something small, but they lie to you a couple of times about some major things, then don't delude yourself to think like, oh, that was just an infraction. Acknowledge the fact that the person has lied, right? So I guess it's go based more on what people show you versus what they tell you, because somebody can tell you a bunch of sweet nothings and that they love you and that they're there for you, but how do they show up for you? What are the things that they do that show that love? And look for those things. And if they're showing you that they don't love you, then believe that.
So it'd be something like that's kind of like based off of your deal breaker in a way, though, because one of my, let's say one of my deal breakers is really not. It's not really not cheating, because if you not lying to me about stuff, I can't really consider it cheating. The cheating comes under the lying and all of that stuff. So say you're being honest, but you're an honest cheater. Okay. You're an honest adulterer, you're honest infidelity, you're honest in that or whatever.
Well, what does tell how can you be an
Because people have
honest
open
cheater?
marriages.
So then that's not cheating then.
That's what I'm saying. So it's like, but
So
some other,
you telling
some,
us you be open to an open marriage?
no, no, but like some people, what I'm saying is some people will consider that cheating. You see what I'm saying? Like other people will
What
consider that cheating.
what would they consider cheating?
Whereas, like an open marriage, some people consider that still a form of cheating or
But not
open
to the. I mean,
relationship.
I think cheating is relative to the people inside of the
Right.
relationship, right? So if you're in an open marriage, then I guess maybe cheating would be not telling your partner about it,
Mm-hmm.
right? So you didn't tell them because that could be a rule of the open marriage is that, hey, listen, if you're going to step out, I want to know about it.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So when the person steps out and doesn't let their partner know, although they're in an open marriage, there's the cheating there. But you said the cheating isn't a deal breaker, but lying is. So
Mm-hmm.
unless you want to be in an open marriage, which I don't think you're in, or open anything.
I can't be. I'll be
Exactly.
openly
So
dead.
cheating ain't gonna work. So I think and that's where we like to grade those lines, right? We like to grade the lines. But some people on the other aspect of it, right,
Mm-hmm.
might say, we have a friend who is like, listen, if you're out and something happens, you're on a trip and a vacation and you stumble into something, I'm not gonna be upset about it. Some people feel that way. So I guess that's a version of being okay. But I guess then is the cheating if you don't tell? Should you tell right away? Should you just let it go? I'm
And
curious about that.
that see, and that leads me to the whole thing of back to our conversations and the art of the conversation and having it and communicating. Like you said, it is based off of your relationship and stuff. And that's where the communication definitely should lie, because some people have a non-traditional view, we'll say Jada Pickett, and some people have a traditional view, Will Smith. Clearly, there was not a strong communication in the beginning. There was a communication of this is what I expect and this is what I expect, but it wasn't a strong, definite like, hey, in so many years, I'm only going to do this with you. And so many other years, I need you to do this with me. Next thing you know, we in entanglements. Now we trying to talk it over a red table. Okay. So, as you're going down your relationship, and I know over time we change, the things that we like may change, the things that we want may change. But as those changes occur, are we properly communicating that to our partners? When we know for sure that I no longer like chocolate ice cream the way I do, I want strawberry now. Why is it so hard for us to sit there and say that to our partner? Like, does it not make sense to just sit there and say, hey, this is where I'm at. I know we've been going rocking like this for this long or whatever and stuff, but now I want to try something new. Why is it so hard to do that? Do you think?
Oh, because one is probably a fear that the other person is not going to want to do what you want to do. And probably mixed with judgment and a little shame, depending on what the other person wants to do, right? You think about Jada and Will, you know, it's not quote unquote, you know, the norm when a woman wants to start moving outside of her marriage, in that way, right? And wanting to see other people and have a non-traditional marriage. It's just not what we normally see or accept. So for her, it probably was like, I don't know. And then sometimes I think this happens too. This more or less is how I see things happen. The person either tells you directly or indirectly, but the other person is not listening. Mm-hmm. And that goes back to the listening, right? Because I'm sure we all know that Jada never really wanted to be married from the beginning. They were expecting, and, Will had this, he liked the idea of being married, and he wanted to do it all over again. And he was in love with her, and he wanted to build a family and a legacy with Jada. That wasn't something she was interested in at that time. So that was step one, and him not paying attention to what she was telling him. And I think that's where it started. And then she just went along to get along because it felt like the right thing to do. And, her mom and everybody was like, why wouldn't she want to? Come on, blah, blah, blah. So she did it. And they landed in a marriage. But thank God, seemingly they're working through it, but you just kind of see all these things because they live on a public life. But I think that happens in relationships. Sometimes the person will tell you what they want, but we're not in tune. We're not paying attention. We're not checking in. We're not having those relationship conversations because relationships are work. Mm-hmm. It's not going to run on its own. So I think we make those mistakes. And we don't pay attention to what our partner wants. And sometimes we think, like, if I'm the person, right? I'm like, my plan is great. My plan is going to get us, we'll have money, we'll do well, you'll be provided for. Who wouldn't want that, right? And then you just run with that notion, and you forget that there's a whole nother human being that has their own thoughts in mind and has an idea of what kind of relationship they want. But we just steamroll, full steam ahead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, somebody put that in a comment the other day. Relationships is not work. I was like, child, you have no idea. Can you pull up Lynn's comment at it'll be 10:27 your time.
10:27.
Lynn.
Oh, Lynn. Mm-hmm. Oh, DeSalsa?
No. Just
Where?
Lynn.
I don't see a Lynn.
It should be 10:27, right under Mimi. Oh, maybe it's on mine.
Here it is. Sometimes you just don't want to risk hurting the other person.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's talk about that one. You don't want to risk hurting the other person, yet you'll rather take away their choice, their free will, and start to create lie. Because what you're going to end up doing is start lying. Omission is a form of lying, especially if they ask you. Now, if they never ask you, you can live by the military code. Don't ask, don't tell. You can live by that. You can get away with it. But if you guys are actually having the conversation about, hey, where are you today? What do you want? Where do you see us going? These type of conversations is going down. And you don't sit here and come forth with your truth. Mm-hmm. You're going to end up hurting your partner a lot more later on down the road and yourself. I understand fear. is the biggest thing, because a lot of times we don't want to lose the person that we fell in love with. We don't want to hurt them. But our truth will hurt them a lot less in the moment than a lie will.
Okay.
I know it sounds crazy because a lot of our truth is like okay, but seriously, down the road, the lie will hurt your partner a lot more, and it will hurt yourself as well, especially if you're living in a relationship that you really don't want to be in. You're sitting here stressing your partner out, you stressed out, neither one of y'all want to come home, y'all don't want to talk to each other, y'all don't want to see each other, y'all don't want to be around each other. What kind of life is that? Especially if you're not married. If you're married, there's a little bit more to deal with. You got to go through a bit more to just say, you know what, I want to just check out of this. I would definitely say go through counseling, go through your spiritual advisors, whatever you can do before you just check out of it. But if you're just in a regular relationship, just be honest and say, you don't have to sit in it. I don't care if you guys have kids. It'd be nice that you can be there for the kids both together. But if it's going to show the kids something toxic over time, instead of you just both co-parenting, coexisting in that, and both being there on a positive, productive relationship for the child, it's better just go ahead and just give your truth and walk away. Now, in a marriage, and I've never been married, so Shawn will have to get you on that one. It can get a little bit more tricky on sharing your blunt, honest truth. But I would still say, if you guys have built up a good enough friendship prior to marriage anyway, you should be able to step out of the relationship part of the marriage and say, let me talk to my friend and be what I would be with any of my other friends, which is straight up and honest. Well, I hope you guys would be straight up and honest with your friends. But Shawn, you can speak on the marriage part of it.
Yeah, I think you went fast forward. You went fast forward.
Yeah, because
I'm trying to catch up to you, Jay. So 1 second, I want to go back here. See, shout out. What's up, Anton Daniels? Thank you for checking us out.
Hey, everybody.
What doesn't make sense? What I forget where we were, what we were talking about not making sense. Maybe it was the Jada Will thing, or making sure that we're on the same page or checking in to listen. But going to where you were talking about earlier, in a sense of being honest. I mean, in any relationship, it's built on trust. So yes, you need to be honest. You need to, in any relationship, whether it's marriage or not, I think you should be conscious of how you communicate with the person. If it's a tough message, then you need to talk about it. You also need to unpack what you're thinking, because we as humans, we have tons of thoughts. There may be something I want today, tomorrow, but is that a realistic thought? I might have a feeling or a whim. Is that what's going to get me to the best outcome? So sometimes I do need to make a sacrifice. So that's the other side of it. But we have to be able to be honest, like, hey, listen, this is how I'm feeling right now, and this is why. Mm-hmm. And perhaps getting underneath why you feel like you need to be with another person. Right. And what's driving that? Is there something you're not satisfied in your current relationship, be it sexual or otherwise? Like because everything, I'm a big root cause person, just like in what I do and, on my daily, day-to-day work, it's all about root causing and problem solving. So in my relationships, I've learned to do a little bit of that. And it's always like, let's just ask a few more questions. It's like you got to get to that fifth why before you really understand it. And if you still get to a point where the person is like, I just want to move and shake the way I want to move and shake, then probably we're misaligned. Because if I want to be monogamous and you don't, then, and that's just pretty much where you are, then we're not going to coexist in a relationship. So, to your point, it's not like we need to keep forcing each other to be there. That's unfortunate. And that's where, if we rewind, we should be doing some of this work earlier on in our relationships, right? As we are getting into the get to know phase, and before we jump into relationship, kids, marriage, all that other stuff, we should be spending more time qualifying each other and making sure we're on the same page. But a lot of times we're skipping steps. So we're just like, kind of like, oh, she looks good, guys is going to go for her, and we'll kind of figure it out as we get along. But now I think we've just found that because so many relationships aren't working, we look at big picture, marriages are failing, relationships, people are breaking up. We have more and more single parents on either side of the fence, male and female. We need to do more work before we get to that step.
Mm-hmm.
The sex is the easy part because that's fun. It's exciting. But the work that we need to get to before we get in bed and have the fun that Zach is talking about is the not fun work, right? So,
and don't get me wrong, the communication is not just about I want another partner or whatnot. Sometimes there's things that the lack of communication can make you unhappy with your partner. Sometimes over communicating, having an over communicating partner that doesn't communicate properly.
Mm-hmm.
Some people are like, I'm an oversharer. How do you not know? Sometimes the way you overshare is not the best.
Yeah.
If you're steady harping down things or you're nagging, people tune those things out.
Yeah.
If I'm constantly yelling, if I'm Shawn, why you ain't do that? Why that? If I'm always at you like that, you're going to tune me out. You're not going to hear what I'm saying. And I wish I could pull up this clip, but because it's a couple of weeks old, it won't let me do it right now because there was a scene on Marriage Boot Camp where one of the couples basically checks out when they get into an argument because all he sees is red because he's not hearing what he wants to hear. So he hears nothing at all. So when they have to replay an argument scenario, he doesn't know anything she says. So therefore, their cycle keeps continuing because he's not even listening to what she's mad about. And yes, it could be a part of her delivery because when you go down further into the episode, her child even explains, hey, Britt, that the way that she delivers some messages sometimes is over motherly. She's always just kind of like drilling it into the people and stuff. So you start listening. So, there's other reasons outside of I just want somebody else to have fun in the bed with that are reasons that we're not communicating and we should be. We change, we evolve, we like new things. Sometimes we miss the old things. We used to go out in the beginning of our relationship all the time, and now we're not doing it. We're just sitting at home. But yet we don't say that to our partner anymore. Like, that's easy to tell our partner, hey, I miss going out. Can we do that sometimes? Can I get into your schedule? I understand you're working a lot, but, them days when you used to do these little things for me, I miss that. And I don't know if it's because a lot of times it's just easier to check out the relationship than to work on it. That we don't do that. We don't just say, hey, babe, you used to buy me flowers every Friday by 12 o'clock. Thank you, Seaway. What happened? Why don't I get the flowers anymore? Instead of us saying it like that, we'd be like, oh, you must have somebody else. What other, just getting the flowers because you ain't sent me none. Or we start communicating with somebody else altogether who's now giving us the little bit of attention that our partner used to give us because we don't tell them we miss that.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that's where we often miss the mark because we see somebody do something, whether it's something different than we're used to or something that we don't like. And then we start building that narrative. So we start telling a story, and it's a collective of either things that have previously happened in the relationship or other relationships. So before you know it, the person does one thing and we built a whole story. We have an argument, and now we arguing about something that was very easily prevented. So I think that's a great point, and that's the power of communication, is just asking those questions. But I think sometimes we just get so defensive. Sometimes we're scared of the answer.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes, whether it's fear of what the other person may say, or, we just don't, we think we know. And I think that's another sad problem that happens. Some of us are so smart. We have, degrees and life experience and education and careers and all these great things, which standing alone, there's nothing wrong with them. But sometimes we think that translates into relationship experience. You could have a PhD, and a law degree or any other degree out there, but that doesn't necessarily equate to relationship success. It equates to success in your respective field. So I think, like, sometimes we have to get up off of our perch and just be like, let's talk. The same thing that got us into the relationship is the same thing we're going to need to maintain it. So, Chris Natha brings up a good point. And she says, sometimes your partner doesn't want to accept your truth, but you also can't just go along with something you don't want or believe in. You both have to express your feelings. Yeah. And I think, that's kind of what you were saying earlier, Jay, is around, like, sometimes we have to make hard decisions in relationships and not just sit in them because they're not serving the both of us. And then it also depends on what are our views of marriage. Some people look at marriage as a business. Some people look at it as a partnership. Some people look at it as a means to fulfill their happiness and desires, right? And some people have versions somewhere in between. But if mine is all the way over here and yours is all the way over there, it's going to make it very difficult for us to be in a long-term successful marriage or relationship.
Yeah. And I think to that too, you want to have or build a safe space between you and your partner so that, whatever we share in this moment, in this circle right now between us, it is taken with, and it is given with love. It's not just, I'm just going to tell you how I feel because this is how I feel, and to heck with how you feel or whatever. It's like, no, because I do care about you. Where I am right now, I need to share this with you. And I need you to understand this doesn't really either change what we have going on, or we need to figure out how to move forward, in a coexisting manner to the next level. If it's going our separate ways, if it's staying together and, going through the changes together, or if it's just where I am right now and I just need you to understand this is like you said, this fleeting moment that I'm having, but I don't know why I'm having it. It's still here. So let me just express it to you. Shawn will not. I'm going to answer that for you.
Well, Wealth Health, you asked the question, whose door is open? Is my door open or is her door open? I might consider my door being open, but her door can't be open.
Not the two-way.
It's not a revolving door. It's a one door. I'm just joking. No open marriages for me. No. That doesn't go along with my ideals of what marriage is. I do understand that it is an evolving concept of how we manage our marriage together as husband and wife, but there's no all the doors are closed to other folks.
Look, I'm gonna tell you to be in an open marriage, your communication has to be top level, top tier, or whatnot, because it's not gonna last too long. Like, that type of stuff don't last too long. It's fun or whatnot for the moment. Hello, Germany. That's all Shawn's. Go ahead, say something in German. Let's go.
Ich liebe dich.
Freaky see Dutch. No.
What? You said a dish.
That's as far as my German goes.
Sprechen Sie Deutsch?
Nope. I'm about to name all kind of German dishes.
All types of things, right? Strudel.
Schnitzel.
What's up? What the fuck is this? Appreciate you, bro. Thanks for joining, my German brother.
Morris Code from Germany too. He lucky he married now. I met him when he was single though. He should have
All
stayed
right,
single.
Jay. Let's moving on. Moving on.
I should have communicated then.
You should have communicated better back then.
It
You
would
missed your
a little
chance.
Look, it was a little weird. I was pregnant with my daughter at the time. It was a little weird.
Listen. Insane. So we talk about that. The last thing we were just kind of diving into and wrapping up was making sure we understand what the person is saying, and if there's an issue, making sure we express it, right? If there's something that's bothering me, I got to tell you, and vice versa. The other part is, how do we deal with conflict? I think that's such a big deal. And Zach made this comment, and a lot of people are like, why would he say that? But I think there was some smartness in that, because he said at the very early stages, he was like, I can't wait till our first fight. He made that comment. A lot of people was like, oh, he just wants to fight. No, because you learn how someone is by when they're truly upset, and how they handle that conflict is going to be a big indicator of how they deal with things.
I hate to cut you off, sorry.
Yeah.
That used to be one of my rules on dating. I would not date you unless, and you didn't have to necessarily, disclaimer, you did not have to necessarily be mad at me. But I did not want to date you until I seen you angry, because it would tell me how far I should ever go with you, how far you're willing to go in those moments that you're angry, and just like you said, how you resolve your conflicts. So, part of me, I understand where Zach was going with that comment, because like I say, I would not date you unless I seen you. I observed you enough to see you in that moment of being heated and how you move forward with it. Because some people don't take conflict too well. And if we have personalities that are too similar as that, like if we just have two combating personalities, that's not going to be a good thing. Not at all. If one of us can't diffuse ourselves, we're going to be at odds, and we're going to have a big issue. And one of us is not going to be in a place that we really want it to be.
Yeah, I agree. And that was a lesson I had to learn in my own marriage, because you said at the top of it, about me and liking to debate. And that is a skill set that I'm constantly trying to, it has its time and place, right? And I just learned, like, sometimes you're debating or you're arguing over things that are so unimportant, but you're doing it because you feel like you're right, or you're trying to prove your point for whatever reason. And it's not, it just goes nowhere, right? And I don't think it's everything, but at the end of the day, you want your communication to be beneficial for both of you. And sometimes it means just dropping it. Sometimes it means you might just be right, but it's not worth the fight, right? You're just going to let it be. You're going to let it be what it is, because it's not worth it. Or if you see yourself getting upset, you see yourself getting to a point that you're starting to yell, raise your voice, say things that you really don't want to say, nor should you say, then, it's probably time to exit the argument and come back to it and revisit it. Because we said it earlier, right, Jay? We already know if I'm arguing with you and I raise my voice, you just gonna look at me stone cold in the face. You're gonna shut down. I was like, what happened?
Click.
Goodbye.
Oh, okay.
Carry on, right? Yeah.
And you said something so keen in that moment just now, that a lot of times we are communicating to be right. That's another big issue that we seem to have, that we just I have to tell you how right I am, forgetting that that person have their right too.
Yeah.
And so now we're both arguing over who's right. And like you like to say all the time, more than one thing can be right at the same time. But are we understanding what's happening while we're bringing across the points that we are right? Are we understanding why that person could possibly be right? Are we understanding that we both can be wrong? Are we even understanding the other person enough to say, you know what, let me go ahead and shut up, because no matter what I say at this point, you gonna feel how you feel, I'm gonna feel how I feel. We just need to leave it alone.
That's
Sometimes
true.
we need to do that.
Yeah,
Just
it's so true. And I think it's just like, learning to navigate those conflicts, agreeing to some ground rules, on because it's going to happen. And sometimes we just get caught up in the sexiness of what our ideal of marriage is, whatever that is for us. And then we just get locked into that, not realizing there's other things that we need to lay a foundation for. And that's the way we talk to each other. It's the way we deal with conflict. If we don't agree, how are we going to be able to work through that? And it's something that I wish I spent more time on prior to getting married. I wish it was something that I was more intentional about. It's a lesson that I've learned, but I think that it would help us as a community, especially Black people, people of color. We're struggling in the marriage game, and a lot of it comes from our inability to coexist with each other in relationships. So, but on the fun, sexy side, Lucky Marie brought up a good question. What do you think about that, Jay?
why do we have to even mention it? Dating is required even after marriage. You have to remind people. People get complacent. People get stagnant. Even after marriage, people forget. They're like, I did. Most people's idea of things is marriage. That's the finish line. They don't realize there's more work after the marriage. So once we get to the marriage and we done went down the aisle and we had the celebration and we done did the honeymoon and now we're
Mm-hmm.
back at home, we done forgot everything that got up to led us up to the marriage.
Yeah.
A lot of times we forget what made us attracted to that person or what attracted us to that person. They're no longer doing those things. And so sometimes we have to remind them, hey, I miss that old thing. I want that old flame back. I'm losing the spark here. You put in all this work prior to the marriage. Why did you feel like now that I'm here, it's supposed to stop? And you hear men say that a lot. After the marriage, she done gained weight and all this stuff like that. Now she's losing the sex appeal that attracted me to her. And then we fall short on that because we get comfortable and say, well, I got the man. No need to go to the gym anymore. No need to do these things anymore. I'm at home cooking. I got all these other things, but you were doing all those other things before you got him. There's not much that changes except for that piece of paper that you both signed. And now that if you weren't living together, now you guys are both living together.
Yeah.
So we have to get out of our head that marriage, walking down the aisle and saying I do, is the finish line. That is not the finish line.
Yeah. I definitely agree with you, and I think that's such a great point, right? We just get so focused on that end point. We think it's the marriage, and we just feel like everything falls into place once we cross that threshold. We have our wedding day, whatever that day looks like, and we push forward. But that's where the work really begins. That's when the race starts, is when you're in it together. So yeah, Lucky, I agree. It takes work. It should be date nights. But I also, there's another thing, and I always kind of push back on certain things. Because I have no problem about that. I did that, while I was married. I actually came to enjoy those things because it's fun to, spend time with your wife or your spouse, hang out, do things. It just makes for everything else that comes later even more that exciting. But what I would say is sometimes things can be one-sided. And we carry these notions around of happy wife, happy life. And I almost bought into that, like at the very beginning of my marriage. And it just started to drive me a little bit crazy after a while, because I'm like, no, it ain't gonna be happy wife, happy life. I know there's no happy husband phrase out there, but at the end of the day, both of us do have to be happy. It has to be reciprocal. You need to be focused on doing things that are making me happy, as I need to do the same. And just because you want to do something and I don't want to do it, you're going to tell me happy wife, happy life. No, I'm not with that. Like that, we're going to need to scratch that expression. We're going to need to throw it out, throw it in the garbage. We're going to retire it, because I'm over that.
I got you one right now. Happy hubby, he forever love me. So y'all ladies, y'all better start saying it.
That's the remix. Okay.
I want it forever.
That's it. I can rock with that. Then I could do a happy life if we got a happy hubby. That's it.
Get a happy hubby, he forever love me. So you got to get it up in there. Shoot.
I'm with it, Jay.
No, definitely. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We communicate so many weird sayings that are just literally a lot of times are one-sided, like you say. It's everything the wife. But in return, what is she doing? She's doing, and you guys might hate me for this because I'm gonna say it, but she's doing the bare minimum a lot of times. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of men that can cook out here now. Back in the day, yes, the woman was cooking, taking care of the kids, doing all this stuff like that. And yes, when I say she's doing the bare minimum, is because a lot of times, a lot of these women don't cook now. No disrespect, no diss to anybody that don't, because we got Uber Eats now, so you don't have to. You know what I'm saying? And if you got a man that can provide, or you can provide for yourself, kudos, you know what I'm saying? I just don't trust it. That's just me. You know what I'm saying? Don't trust all that food out there. That's on another note. That's on the cooking channel. But, we got people that can come and clean the house. We can it's a bunch of other things. Now we got housewives that don't do anything but argue and bicker with each other on TV and stuff. So it's a lot that we're no longer doing that we used to have to do when back in the day. So the least you can do is please your man. And now you don't want to do that because you don't want to mess your hair up. You don't want to do, a ton of other things. So you do have to start catering. And I'm talking specifically to the women on this point. You do have to start catering to your man a little bit more after the marriage because you got the part of it you wanted. Now the work begins. The I do commit to doing the work. I do commit to being loving. I do commit to a lot of other things than just the I do of it all. And I like that. I seen it earlier when he said that it's not me versus you, it's us versus the issue.
Yeah.
But a lot of times we just don't know how to figure out what the issue is. We got so many issues. We've been bottling it up. By the time we get to the argument, it's a volcano eruption of issues that's just spewing out of our mouths.
Yeah, I'm 100% with you. And I think the other part of that is, there's a content creator out there. Her name is Avery Woodley. And her platform is all about being on the same team and men and women being on the same team in relationships. And it's so catchy. And I think that, we hear it, but I don't think we really pay attention to it. When we get into these arguments or differences of opinion, because it's not me versus my wife. And sometimes you can get locked into a position and you forget that. It's like, how do we fix the issue? Like, what is the problem? Like, what really is the issue? What are we looking to accomplish, right? Is it a family vacation? Is it a next thing that we're trying to plan for? Is it a difference of opinion that we have with our kids? Like, what is the real issue? And stop fighting each other, because then you get locked into, trying to win, trying to fight, and then you go dirty or low to try to prove your point or win. So, I think that's a great thing to be reminded of. Sometimes you got to stop and be like, listen, I would find myself saying that too. Like, sometimes we have an argument, be like, I'm not the enemy. I'm not the enemy. We're in this thing together. But that's the work. When we say work, and I think Dee said it earlier, it is work, and that's true, but it shouldn't be painful. Yes and no. Yes and no. Is there going to be some pain involved? Yes. It shouldn't be all painful. You know what I mean? We should be working together through whatever pain could be happening in the moment. But yes, ultimately, we shouldn't be causing each other extreme amounts of pain in our relationships. I would definitely agree with that. But there's a season to everything, and anybody that I know that's been married for 10 plus years, they can, or in a committed relationship for 10 plus years, they can reflect back on a time during their marriage or a season during their marriage, whether it was a month or a year or whatever it was, when it wasn't the best moment. So
just like any other job that you do, it's not always fun. It's going to be work. It's not, some of work is going to hurt. Some is going to be strenuous. Some days are fun to go in. Some days it's not. So it's just like any other job, but your reward at the end, that's the thing, your paycheck. What are you getting out of it at the end? That's
yeah,
what you have to keeping in mind, you know. And then the beautiful thing about marriage is if you find the right partner, you're not working alone. They're kind of going through those same up and downs with you. But long as they're standing next to you and they're willing to do it with you, you on the winning team. You know, you don't want to be out here in this pink pill, red pill community fighting all the time, but then sitting here talking about you're lonely and all of this stuff like that. That makes absolutely no sense. So it's just like that statement is just the biggest
yeah,
thing, period.
yeah. So Trey Mack says sometimes people don't express their anger that much. Do you antagonize a person to observe the anger? No, I just think it's more or less about seeing how you handle conflict. You don't have to be angry, but it's how do you deal with a situation where you are at an opposing side of a situation, right? So if you want to do X, your wife wants to do Y, how do you handle that? And if it's something you really feel passionately about, like, how do you handle it? Are you somebody that just checks out and says, all right, whatever you want to do? Because that's not good either. Because what normally happens on that side is if you don't get it out, you don't talk about it, then it's just going to fester and build up. And then that can turn into resentment because you feel like you're not getting things that you want and you're constantly sacrificing. But you just say, I don't want to fight. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Then you're never really truly expressing yourself. So if that's one way, or if you just say what you say and it ends there, sometimes that could just be checking out. So it's how do you figure your way out to navigate it, right? Doesn't mean yelling, screaming. That's ideal to not do that, right? But it's how do you deal with the conflict in your relationships?
Well said, because I that me saying anger was a different thing. It wasn't necessarily that they have to be anger, but it's most of the time in those moments you'll see how they deal with managing their anger. So as Shawn put it, the best way would say conflict resolution.
Yes, and that's right, Chris Natha. We do get more bees with honey. Be good to each other. Remember what got you there, right? So I think that's sometimes we forget because we get like Jay even said earlier, we get complacent in a relationship. We feel like we got it all, and we take the person for granted, and we forget what got us to that point, right? So, and sometimes we look back and we've done too much, we've said too much, and we can't recover. So we want to make sure while we're in our relationships, marriages, that we are appreciating the person that we're with. We're intentional about talking to them with respect.
And that also brings up, sometimes I know we like to get things off our chest in the moment, but if you're one of those people that are just too heated and you just think of all the negative, lowest blows that you can give at that time, maybe you should come back, put a pin in it, come back later on and have the discussion when you're at a milder temper. Because if you're just going to just cut your partner to the white meat, that is like, it's not good at all. Yes, Shawn is a big cooking advocate.
I cook. I'm just not washing the dishes.
Hey, it's a rule. It's a rule. Well, not in my house because I like washing dishes, but it's a rule at my dad's house. You know, whoever cooks, they don't have to wash the dishes. Everybody else got to get. Everybody else got to get up in there.
So I dropped the link. So for anybody that wants to come and share anything that's going on, either in reality TV show, relationship world, communication, how to best communicate in your relationship. What are some experiences maybe that you had that you want to share with us that you've learned from? What are some things you're currently working on? Any of those topics. Because we up here just,
Yeah.
we talking.
Yeah, we also need to discuss the fact that on the other end, because we're talking from the person that's usually doing the talking, but the listening part of it. We cannot, one thing I've been noticing that especially a lot of women been doing lately is assuming they're in relationships with people because he treats us a certain way. He takes pictures with us. He sends us these little texts or whatnot. But if we're not actually having the conversation to say, hey, what are we? Are we in a relationship? Am I your main chick or your side chick? How many other chicks are there? You know, what are we doing? If we're not having these things, we got to stop assuming the best of it and start living in the reality of the unknown and just go from there. Because we're finding a lot of people are finding out that on lives that they're their side chick, even though they're the new baby mama and stuff. And we're sitting here bickering with the old main chick or side chick when we should be going after the person that we didn't have the conversation with in the first place. We should be trying to have the actual dialogue with that person to really find out where are we in their lives. So we have to start actively listening to people when they're telling their truths. Like we had went through this whole thing earlier when I'm trying to figure out what is it when you say take people for what they are when you see them. Sorry, phone ringing. But yeah, so in the active listening part of it all, we cannot be assuming all of these things with people. We can't just assume that this person, because I love this way, that the person's supposed to love me this way. I can't assume a person's love language. I can't assume that I want steak, so they want steak, or they even eat meat for that matter. Conversation is so simple. We do it. God gave us this gift to be able to speak and communicate with each other all various ways. We can write now. You can send text messages. You can phone call a person. You can have somebody else tell them. We can speak in so many different languages, yet we don't do it enough with the right people. We can tell our friends all day long that we love them, but we won't tell our partner. So all of those little things right there, we have to take notes and stock sometimes that maybe we're just not with the right person. Maybe when we can't communicate the way we're supposed to with that person, they're just not the one for us.
I hear you. Oh, what's up, Coach? What is up, good brother?
Shawn just be letting me rant for no reason, I swear.
What was I supposed to do? You want me to cut you off?
Yes.
That's not effective communication, Jay.
For me,
I'm learning.
it is.
Just cut you off. Coach, come up here. Come up here, Coach.
Don't let him up here. He don't communicate properly. Don't let him up here. No, just
The link is pinned. I've pinned it to the top of the chat. So what's God's gift? Mike says, I can't lie as a Leo. My words cut deep. When I'm mad, it's something I'm actively working on, and I won't blame it all on the zodiac sign. All right, I appreciate that.
That's understandable. Like my thoughts cut deep. I feel you because we know we on the same accord. My thoughts cut deep. I learned how to just zip it and stuff.
Oh, Tiffany said she pinned a question. Hold on, let me go back. Okay. How hard should a marriage be before you realize maybe he or she is really not suited for you?
Again, I haven't been married. Not yet. I've been in relationships long enough, but not married. So I couldn't give you a proper answer. What I can just give you based off of what I believe, it
Mm-hmm.
shouldn't be that hard. If you're with somebody and either one of you guys is making that relationship hard, regardless if it is a marriage or just a regular relationship, something is not right. Because it should be work. It should definitely be work, but it shouldn't be to the point that it's just strenuous work that you just, like I say, don't want to be in it, don't want to put in the work, you just don't want to do anything towards it. That because there's no love. In my opinion, there's no love there.
I think, as someone who's going through a divorce, I think it's a tough thing to say. And it's individual to the respective person, because there are people that find ways to stay in a marriage and overcome many things. I think that it's hard to say like what might work for me might not work for you. I would say there's some things that you really want to consider, that you definitely don't want to be in the relationship. Is if there is abuse, like definitely, whether it's mental or physical abuse. I think if those things are happening in your marriage, you probably shouldn't be in them, unless that person is really on a path to do some very deep, hard therapy work with a trained professional. Um, but those are some things that I think we just can't work through. Other things, it depends on what it is, and it could also be if the person is emotionally abusing you, if they're manipulating you and lying, telling you things that aren't true, and are not present in the household, things of that nature. You probably don't want to stay in them. But when it comes to like the hard part, I think if you can't reach an amends on anything, like, and I talked about it earlier, when it comes to like the arguing, if all you do is argue and neither one of you are willing to do work to get that fixed, and that work is likely going to be therapy, and you're seeing results coming from that therapy, if you both are not checked in or wanting to be in that marriage, sometimes that's a time to self-assess and reflect on where you stand. I would say if one person really just doesn't want to be in that marriage anymore and they've been vocal about it, it's something you have to look at. And sometimes people just say, well, let's stay together and we have X, Y, and Z. Listen, if the other person doesn't want to be there, or if you have fundamentally both changed in different directions and you just want two very different things out of life, sometimes there's love there. It's still love there, and if anybody that knows me and has heard me speak of my ex-wife, you will rarely, especially in a public platform, hear me speak ill of her. I think, I still do love her. I still do have care and concern for her. I just know that our relationship would not be able to continue on. And that sometimes is a hard decision to make, especially in, my case, when, just to kind of give context to it, it's not like there were things that I could grasp to, like infidelity or major lies or things like that I could say, okay, this is it, and this is why we're not going to be together. It wasn't that. It was just fundamentally we wanted very different things, right? And when you land in that position, you have to make a hard choice. You have to say, do we really stick this out when we don't want the same thing? And neither person is willing. There's no bend or flex. So you got to say, is this something I want to stay in? Could we have stayed together? Sure, we could have. But would that mean the marriage that either one of us really wanted? Probably not. Right. So you got to make that hard choice. And I didn't make it lightly. Just with transparency, I made it under the advice of marriage counselors, spiritual advisors, my pastor. So I didn't just make the decision in a vacuum and wake up and we decided to no longer be together. It was made with deep thought. So, so I'll put some transparency in terms of me and what was a lot of what made me decide that it wasn't a relationship that we both should be in. Right. And at the end of the day, it was a decision we made together, but that would be my choice and my reason for not staying in a marriage.
Yeah. Mimi has said it, and she is like needed a little bit more specifics, what was going on in the marriage and what are the deal breakers. So, I mean, yeah, like you said, Shawn, it would be based off of personal, like what's going on in the marriage. It'd be marriage specific or couple specific, so to speak. So, I don't know. Some people have a higher tolerance and thresholds for what they'll put up with, and others is just once you break this, that's it.
So Celery, I saw you ask this question. What steps? I hope in my explanation, that kind of gave you some context, right? So what steps do you take? I would say, listen, and I am so, I've witnessed several of my friends go through divorces. I got some of my good close friends, a couple of my dudes from college. They are either going through or recently went through a divorce, and they have a podcast called The Lame Show. Jay has checked them out on Clubhouse, where they kind of chat and talk about experiences. A bunch of guys that are navigating divorce and co-parenting and what have you. I'm not an advocate of it. I'm not. But if you are at that point, I would say counseling is probably the first step. There's a wide array of books. I read so many of the books, out there. There is something called I think it's called the Grossman theory. And it's like the 4 horsemen in a relationship. And it goes down different aspects of when a relationship breaks down and some of the things that are incorporated in a relationship that you need to be conscious of. And if you have those, you're likely to be headed towards divorce. But then it gives you like, what are some things you can do to course correct? So, I'm a big advocate of counseling. I am in counseling, even today, to just help unpack, navigate things. So I would definitely say get to group, marriage counseling if both of you are willing to go. If both parties aren't going, then go by yourself. I've been in both scenarios during my marriage, whether it was us going together or me by myself. So I think that would be step one. You want to get somebody who's licensed, who knows, who can give you guidance and advice. And it's also finding the right person. Because it's just like anything else. You might get a counselor that's just not a good fit. So you want to find somebody that's the right fit for you, that shows up the way you want to look. You want the person to look, feel, experiences you want them to have, so you can easily relate. For those that are believers, I would definitely say seek your counsel of leadership within your church. I wouldn't say do that by itself because, there's some pastors in churches that are counselors and things and, like that. But doing that in isolation, sometimes you don't get the big picture. So I would say, yes, talk to your pastors, but do try to seek counseling if you're not in a position to do that. There's tons of great books out there, whether they're ebooks or actual books. Get yourself some books on relationships. Get yourself some books on divorce. Jay, any thoughts from you?
Nope, just Wealth Health asks, would you marry again?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I would love to get married again. I don't have children and I want children. So I would definitely get married again. And I am a firm believer that children are ideally born into a marriage. Doesn't mean that's the only way they come. But for me, in the planning stage, that's what I would like for my kids to be born into marriage. It's the environment that I was brought into. My parents, unfortunately, ultimately did get divorced when I was younger. But I would like to bring my kids up in a marriage. No worries, Tiff. I didn't take it as a personal question, but I just figured I'll share because at the end of the day, being someone who is going through it, why not share my true experience, with it? Oh, we got some questions about us being on both channels. So thank you, Chris Natha. Yes, we are on both channels. And for anybody that joined later, thank you for joining later, because the first 10 minutes or 15 minutes of our live, we had some communication challenges to work out because this was the first time that we streamed on both of our channels. You're on mute, Jay.
They're feeling real triggered right now.
You're feeling re-triggered? We made up.
Yes, I just sent everybody to Shawn's channel. Just go to Shawn's channel because it's just I can't talk to y'all through this channel, so just go to Shawn's. I just talk to y'all through the screen.
Jay was feeling silenced. So
yeah, because everybody knows I like to chat. I like to go off in the chat and stuff, and Shawn's cutting off my rights.
But how are you gonna be chatting and up here talking at the same time?
Like I always do around this time.
All right. On that note, I dropped a link. So please, if anybody wants to share, please come up, share, give us your opinions, tell us your thought. This is our idea of it's like kind of a group therapy kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we got Miss Misha in the house.
Yep, she told you she wish more men was like you, Shawn.
Children are a blessing. Yeah, yes, thank you. I try. Listen, I'm not perfect. Don't listen. I try to, and that's one thing that for me, that's a marker. That's a marker in a person that is out of a relationship that didn't work, is how do they talk about the person that they were with prior? What are things that they can talk about that they walked away with? And if all that person says, like if, the next woman that, I enter into a relationship with, and all she has is nothing but bad things to say about her ex, if all she has to say is all the things that he did wrong, and granted, those things do show up and happen. However, I also want to hear the story of what did you learn and what are you doing, right? Because something landed you in the relationship, and now what are you doing to make better decisions so that even if you landed in a situation that wasn't the best, what are you doing to not stay in that particular relationship, right? What are the things you're working on? I say all that to say, like, what are the things you're working on for yourself, right? It might even just be isolated to the relationship. Maybe there wasn't anything to learn. I would tend to disagree that there's nothing you could learn from a previous relationship, but for whatever reason, maybe that's the case. But what today are you doing to make yourself better? Because that to me tells me that's an indicator of what your future is going to look like and how we can navigate a relationship together. Because if it's all about the other person and finger pointing and you always looking at what everybody else is doing, then you're going to do the same thing to me. Because I'm not going to show up perfect, right? There's going to be kinks in me. I try to work on myself. I definitely try to be actively involved in being better, making better decisions. But that doesn't mean I don't fail. That doesn't mean there's people out there that probably aren't annoyed with me. You talk to some of the people that work for me on my team. they might have a couple stories to share with you. So, it is what it is.
So you address that real quick before I move on to Celery's point, because
Which one?
It's at I guess it'll be 11:24 on your time.
11:24.
Oh, you got a lot of 11:24s. I'm sorry.
Who is it?
It's Celery 08. Yeah, not that one. She has another one.
Oh, how do I talk about my exes? You just heard me.
No, I think the question is, how do you talk about your exes? Like, not just you. Everybody has a different way, but like Shawn's point, you don't want that person that's always negative or always pointing the finger at the ex did something wrong all the time.
Yeah.
I joke around. So for me, a lot of my exes I call lucky Fs. Okay. They're lucky people that got these goodies over here or whatnot. But at the same time, okay, they were lessons. There were a lot of lessons on, what I took from it. Like Shawn says, you take things from your relationships. And if you didn't learn anything from the relationship, you probably are the problem. All of my relationships literally taught me something. And that's why I call them lucky Fs, because in the process of them getting what they wanted from me, I learned something going forth. So I don't talk bad about my relationships. There are some that I just don't talk about at all, because we didn't end in a good place, and if those are those stories that I'll tell you like on another time or whatnot, about dealing with somebody had narcissistic tendencies, or dealing with a cheater, or dealing with a liar. Those are different things, but I don't call, I don't talk totally bad.
Look what you started.
Y'all gonna start calling them that now. Them lucky Fs. but that's what they are. Like I don't talk bad about them because I chose them. There was a part of me that they were mine. I considered them my relationship. They was my partner or whatnot. So it looks to me, it looks bad on me. Like I don't have good judgment or whatnot. Maybe at the time it wasn't the best person for me, or we just didn't mesh well over time. There's a lot of different things, but I wasn't peaches and cream through the whole relationship either.
Yeah.
So I can't sit here and just be like, oh, they did this to me, they did that to me, and I didn't do anything back.
Mm-hmm.
If you know me, you know I'm doing something back or first. So but what I learned from the relationship is what I'm willing to put up with, what I can't put up with, where my triggers are, how I am in certain situations. So it's that's how I talk about, and that's how you should talk about your relationship, about yourself and what you learned from the relationship. If somebody asks you, what was your last relationship like? Well, it started off like this. This is what I learned from it. And, I take the good from that relationship, and that's what I apply to my next, and say, this is what I want in my next relationship. And I don't want to deal with these things. So I could say that probably be like one of the best ways.
I think this is there's so many of these like cliches and expressions out there. And D, I'm glad you brought this up, right? And it's like, if you can't say something nice about someone, don't say anything at all. That's what they say, right? But sometimes you do have to call people out on the ish, absolutely. And I think for 100%, some of these things need to be debunked, right? Just like I said earlier, happy wife, happy life. Unless it's what, Jay? Happy hubby. He's
happy hubby, he always loved me.
Oh, there you go. So unless we got that mutual expression going on, then it ain't for me. We're going to have to debunk that. And that's the same for this, right? Now, if you don't have something nice to say, if it's something of value to the person you want to say it to, then you should share, right? If it's a stranger or somebody, that you don't know, or it's just like, then don't waste your time. Absolutely. But in a relationship, no, sometimes you need to say some of the things that are not nice, because the person needs to know how they're showing up. Because For me, I could think the world of myself, and I actually do think the world of myself, right? I think, I think I'm smart. I think I know how to communicate, but that doesn't mean that the woman I'm in a relationship with is always going to receive me in that way. Sometimes I could be harsh. Sometimes I could cut people off. Sometimes I can, be overly blunt. Like it just depends. There's a whole bunch of things that I know are traits that I have that are not always going to be received well in a relationship. So if I'm doing it unknowingly, then I need you to tell me, is what I'm saying. Now, that doesn't mean cuss me out or throw some wipes at my head like Michaela. No, that just means talk to me like, hey, listen, Shawn, when you say this, I don't like the way that sounds, right? Or I think you are being condescending, or I think you're insulting my intelligence, or I think you're dismissing me, right? Then we can kind of work through it.
Wait, before you move on, Shawn, because I know there's a lot going on in the chat right now. Wait, before you move on. I told you don't go from that last comment, Shawn. You was out of control. No, but especially from that comment, though, to Dee's point, the thing is that statement is usually when you're talking about other people to other people. It's not to that person. If you're talking to that person, yeah, you can call them out on a issue that makes you feel a certain way. But you got to remember in turn, they can call you out on yours too. So if you ain't ready to be called out, you might want to zip it. But when you're talking to other people, like if I was to sit there and talk about my daughter's father to you guys, I shouldn't be talking about anything but the nice things about him. Because especially if I haven't addressed that with him, there's no reason for me to be talking to anybody else but him about the issues that I have with him. Because those are issues between me and him. That's not everybody's issue with him. I don't like bad mouthing people to the next person. You form your own opinion of those people yourself. What up, Seaway?
Hey, family.
What's going on, our resident newlywed?
You got to announce that every time.
You try to make sure you stay off the market for everybody else.
Right, dang.
Listen, Mark by default is my friend, so I'm not trying to hear none of that.
They might have an open relationship, Shawn. Lead them.
They ain't got no open relationship. I talked to Mark yesterday. Ain't nothing open. The door is closed.
Oh, Mark's in?
Don't be up here lying.
The door closed on Mark's end, not Seaway's.
Seaway, don't start no problems, all right? Ruin your happy home.
Oh, look, you're the one who anti-open relationship. I ain't saying I'm in one, but I support whatever makes people happy.
As do I.
Ain't nothing wrong with it.
But did I say there was? I just said it's not for me.
Not for you. Not for you.
Yeah. No, I don't. Look, you do whatever works for you. But what I find is that somebody often it don't work.
Well, yeah, I mean, we both agree that I think that it just gets messy over time.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you have the best of intentions, it's like how open is open. It just gets a little weird. And then at some point, somebody gets a lion. So I don't know.
That's what I say. Seaway. After a while, it's only fun for a temporary purpose. And I mean,
people like
no.
You go to Vegas or something.
Yeah.
Like time you go to Vegas and you be like, that's the cute open. Like do you, but don't bring me nothing. Have fun. But having a whole Will and Jada relationship, that's complicated. I wouldn't want those problems.
When y'all got numbers, IG pages,
wait, that would be my problem because you got all these caveats like, oh, if you go to the club and, you just happen to, dip off into the bathroom and get a quickie, you happen to go to Vegas. I couldn't be in a relationship with a woman like you because I would constantly be like, you going to Vegas? Nah, we going together. You go in the club? We going together.
I was talking about you.
Huh?
That was for you. I didn't say I was going to Vegas.
You said that kind of like free willy kind of style. Like it's whoever goes.
Shawn don't like the implication behind it. It's like, oh, you going to Vegas? Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we go together.
I told y'all he rigid with that list. Look,
leave me alone.
That list ain't going nowhere. Shawn is
long, okay?
At this point, I'm emotionally unavailable anyway.
That's his new thing.
I got it from my ex-wife.
He for the Vegas streets right now.
I got it from her. I was like, oh, I like that. I'm gonna rock with that.
You know you a trip with, look, I'm about to give you a pass for Vegas. You still don't want it. You like, no, because that means you gonna get one. So.
Exactly. Because see, that's my triggers anyway. Because the one thing I'll say about my wife, she was petty. So that's why I never cheated, because I knew if I cheated, she was definitely going to cheat, and that would mean the end, because it would be immediately over. I can't do it. I just have zero tolerance for that. So
I'm crying.
But she was like, oh, you did what? I'm doing it too.
Shawn needs a little bit more therapy. He's still in his PT.
I'm telling you right now, cheating is not the worst thing that you can do. Most of these marriages they're not ending because of cheating.
I'm trying to tell Shawn it's the lies.
Cheating is ask survey 100 people why they didn't left their marriage. I bet like not that many of them were cheating.
Yeah, myself included. So I'm not saying it's the ultimate deal breaker. I'm just saying it's one of mine, but it's clearly not the only one, because that's not what transpired in my marriage, but we still decided not to be together. Celery 08 says, how long is the newlywed period? I think, is it 1 year or 2 years, Seaway? How long are you a newlywed?
I was about to ask you. You know better than me. I don't know.
I think it's 1 year, if not 2 years. That's a good question. Somebody Google it and put it in the chat. It's like Grace Mercy Saved. It's not 3 months. It's longer than 3 months. It's definitely
like 3 years.
How much vacation time can you get from work for it?
What? You don't get no vacation time for marriage?
I got 2 weeks.
For getting married, or you took 2 weeks of your vacation?
We have unlimited vacation. We know.
Seaways, we get it.
Oh, so she get 2 vacations for 6 months twice a year. Oh, got it. Okay.
Look,
she has unlimited time off, so it doesn't matter. My last job that I had, we had unlimited time away, but obviously they encourage you not to overuse it. And that was the best. You just felt so secure. I was like, oh, not that I ever used an abundance of it, but it was such a great thing. But
black men don't cheat, and you cheat, I delete. Mm-mm.
Who said that?
That black men don't cheat kills me every time. But Charlamagne.
That's right, John JC. Black men don't cheat.
But Charlamagne explained that to me. He basically, not to me personally, but he basically was saying that if you're a man, you're not cheating. So a black.
I don't think that's what he meant.
No, that's what he said. Like a black boy cheats. Black men don't cheat.
When you're in the male phase of your life, Shawn, you in the male phase, okay? Right. Just let it ride. Don't argue it. You about to argue it, Shawn? You about to?
No, I'm not. I was trying to listen to the words. That's why I was asking clarifying questions.
Look, y'all don't want to. No, unlimited time off is a scam. It's a scam. You don't want it.
Wealth Health said, is your company hiring Seaway?
No, it means you take your computer everywhere you go, even on your vacation.
That's right, Tasia. She said, I'm trying to keep you safe, Seaway. She said, in the comments, they move mad and start playing matchmaker, which does happen. I didn't even think that.
That's very true.
But Shawn, they do. They try to link you up with somebody. Next thing it'll be like, oh, Shawn and Seaway should get together. They get along. Shawn and Jay. It's like before you know it.
It's like 2 minutes in these comments.
That's where the communication has failed. Shawn clearly say he's emotionally unavailable, and yet everybody's still hooking him up. See?
They don't listen to us men when we talk. They don't. They're like, oh, I got the perfect person for you. Oh, you will be good with this one. All right, you match it up and let's see how it works for both of us.
Look, Shawn in this list, we'd be arguing on day one.
What are you talking about? Like I have some laundry list. I don't have a long list. Why do you do that?
You got a CVS receipt list. Stop playing.
This is long.
It is not long. Seaway, name 3 things from the list that you know about.
It's not what's on the list. It's just that you're not tolerant. Like you be like, you do this, I'm out. Like what when Rachel went to the ex's house even after Jose locked her out. You like, if Rachel did that, I'm out. I'm like, what? Like,
exactly. Well, one, I would never do what Jose did. That's number one. Never lock my wife or anyone out of my house that's staying there. So I wouldn't do that unless I asked them to leave and they chose not to. Then, but not my wife. I'm talking about a guest.
Yes, Celery.
I might have put one or two people out.
We began tonight.
What happened?
Understand and validate. We begin with love, but you know, a lot of us don't love to listen to each other, so we don't even get past the first letter. see, Wade, you give Wealth Health a little ammunition, and she's gonna run
I'm
with
just trying to let her know.
I am not picky. Don't put that narrative out there.
Not the Jose list.
There is no
a Jose list for real.
There is no Jose list. If a woman leaves where we're staying and goes and stays at her ex's house, we don't even need to talk about that because there's too many question marks, right? There's too many question marks.
Where's the grace? What would Jesus do?
Not there, because again, that's attached to one of my deal breakers, which is cheating. So I would just be fixated on the fact that something happened, and there would probably be not much you could tell me to convince me otherwise. Because why would you pick there to go out of any other place you could have gone? She's staying with her mama now, but she found her way to her ex's house.
We ain't going there. You're gonna leave Rachel in that mama house alone. Y'all had me stressed. Rachel in her mama house.
Look,
don't worry, Shawn. Your cousin over here said hell to the dog at the same thing too.
That's right, cuz. Come on, we know what that is. Ain't no standing no dude. I don't care what dude it is. I'm looking at you funny if it's your fourth cousin twice removed.
What would Jesus do?
Jesus would tell you don't go to your cousin, don't go to your ex's house to sleep.
My daddy's house to spend the night. I'll be like, yeah, okay. I would look funny.
That's it, bro.
I can't even go to my daddy's house.
I'm right there with you. We go together. We go together. Can we go together? No.
Well, he said I locked you out. Wait a minute, but you can't go nowhere. You just stay outside.
I told her to rest her back right up against that door.
Not rest her back against the door.
This is terrible.
Rest your back right up against the door. Daylight will come soon. What was it, 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning? She had a few good hours before daylight hit. Rest your back up against the door. You're going to be good.
Can I get locked out this motherfucker again?
I cannot.
That's the next show. It's me, Jay, and the other Mr. Davis.
I got to cut these Davises off.
Man. Oh, baby.
So what's next? Oh, see, you started this whole thing with Charlemagne. I think it's easy for Leonard McKelvey to say that black men don't cheat. He already has sown his wild oats in and out of his marriage. Yeah.
Yeah, he did, but he's reformed.
Yeah, he's a reformed F-boy.
Honestly, sometimes the ones that sold their wild oats are better at communicating with their fellow cheaters.
Wealth Health. Why?
Because you be yelling at us.
Seaway.
Seaway is out of control.
We're going to put her backstage in a second because
Shawn's actually not mean. He's a sweetheart.
Thank you.
First of all, Big K, don't be calling my man no Pookie, okay? That is not him. He's a certified killer now. Don't play.
Look,
that did not help.
Pookies are running around with a 2021 red Corvette. Yeah, then that's what Pookies is riding.
I'm just glad Jay thought that was better than Pookie. I don't know.
Yes, Pookie was a crackhead. Oh no, Pookie is a crackhead. I can't do it, Pookie. No.
Nah, brothers out here doing it up. So
look, we've been told no name calling, y'all. We ain't allowed to call no names no more.
Mm-mm.
My man is not a Dusty. Don't y'all try that. Linda,
Monique, no, I wouldn't hate you. I wouldn't hate you, Monique. So you speak to 2 of your long-term exes at least 4 times a week. You would never sleep with either one of them again. You're just great friends. Okay. So there would be two things that I would need to happen in order for me to be comfortable with that situation.
Here goes this list. You see, Monique? Go ahead.
Seaway, that's what's not right about you. You don't even let me land the plane. You've crashed in the plane before I even landed. I think it's two reasonable things. One, do I know those friends of yours? Have we met before? Have we engaged in conversation before? That would be one thing. And two, I would hope that you wouldn't be going over spending the night at their house, right? So the other thing I'd be curious about is, are they still interested in you? Although it's great that you would never sleep with them, but would they not sleep with you? If it was a late night, we had a fight, disagreement, argument, whatever you want to call it, you called them up, would they be like, come on over? Now, if the answer would be yes, or you might have to think twice about it, those might be some friendships that are not going to serve you well in a relationship. Now, if you're single, you do what you want. It works for you. It works for you. But in a relationship, you might want to reconsider. Because if one of them might be interested in you or might consider it, you might need to cut them loose. But wealth, health, I am not mean. Could be a little stern. I know how to get my point across, but I'm not mean. So Frusha done put me on the prayer list.
I'm crying.
And that's right, D. I would never do that. Cuss my wife out, lock her out, and then threaten bodily harm. No, I would never do that. So that's right, Trey Mac. Come on. That's my Southern brother right there. Leave me alone. What else we got in there? What else you got going on, Seaway?
I'm supposed to be working, but I'm not. Yeah, I just got back to my coworkers thing. So my old coworkers.
This also says Rachel should have stayed with her ex. But even he told her hell no. The ex didn't even want her, huh?
I'm crying.
He was like, nah, you still ain't got your finances right. You don't know how to act in the summertime.
Rachel and Jose perfect for each other.
Yep. Ariadne, that's the same thing we say. We say the Rachel and Jose are just they're coming through like Virginia and Eric from last season.
Two very different people, but same level of chaos. So whatever.
That's right. T Big Key. Ain't no calling exes in a relationship. You hear that, Monique? That's for you too. How do y'all feel about that? Communication with exes, Jay and Seaway.
I think if it's like it depends what type of ex. If it's like an ex from childhood where so much life has gone by and y'all at this point are just friends or something, then I think that's a little different. But I think I do agree with what you're saying, Shawn. You have to kind of be comfortable. Like everybody needs to be comfortable in the situation and know where everybody stand. Like if an ex that was a long time ago is like your friend now and my friend now, you know what I'm saying? Then that's one thing. But I don't have any recent exes in my life that I'm chit-chatting with. I mean, they just don't even, they're either mad that I'm married or they still want me back. I don't know. None of them are like, it's too recent, but like from childhood, I feel like it's a little different. Or high school or something. But if he was your ex, I mean, he probably still wants you to some degree. So, I don't know.
What you think, Jay?
Depends on the nature of your relationship. Like I say, if you just guys are friends or whatnot, but that doesn't mean talk to them every single day, once a week, or all this stuff like that. Every so often, just reach out to see if it's just you still breathing alive or whatever. It's fine, but you can't talk to your ex every single day because one, you already got feelings or had feelings for them. So, you guys get to talking every day again, that can easily come back. Especially if you guys didn't break up on bad terms. Uh, if y'all broke up on bad terms, I don't know why y'all communicating anyway. That just outright crazy and stuff. And I definitely agree with Seaway. Ain't no recent exes.
Okay. See? So Seaway's trying to put me out here saying I'm rigid and we all on the same page.
I mean, but like, okay, the ex I feel like is more deep. Now, I do have a guy I used to talk to in law school. He was very rude. And we just couldn't get on the same page.
Yeah.
He actually ended up talking to my friend too, and we didn't know, we weren't friends at the time. It's another story for another day. But yeah, Mark and I just went to his baby shower. And he was at my wedding. So I mean, but the situation was clearly dead and gone, and we all got cool, whatever. But he
right. But Mark knows him, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm just saying that's an example. Like, I mean, I did used to talk to him, and it was in law school, so that's not that long ago. But I mean, the situation was so clear that I didn't want nothing to do with him on that level, and we just got cool. And yeah, he just had a baby. It was all good. But I feel like that's different because that's a lighter situation. If someone made it to be your whole boyfriend, girlfriend, and it's recent, I mean, it's a case-by-case basis, but I think that's, you have to determine.
Yeah. And then I think you have boundaries on the friendship, right? I'm sure that same dude, you're not talking to him once a week.
Oh, definitely not. No.
Yeah. And if something went wrong in your relationship, he wouldn't be the one that you would talk to about it. Like if you were upset with Mark or something like that, you wouldn't be talking to that person about it.
Mm-mm.
So, yeah. And that's all I'm saying is you need to have boundaries. And it's not even just with, I personally, my opinion, I don't think you just need to have boundaries with exes or male, or, male friends, female friends. You need to have boundaries for everybody in your life and when you're in a serious relationship in a marriage, because people will cross a line the minute you give them room to. It's even with your family, your close friends, whatever those friends are. You need to have boundaries and things that you don't do or you don't discuss in your marriage.
Yeah, I think boundaries are that's probably the key. Because a lot of times, like, you can have a person, a significant other can have a platonic friend that just makes you feel uncomfortable because you don't understand their relationship, you don't know them like that, or they're calling at all times of night, or they, you know what I'm saying? It's just, I think the key is making sure that everyone is comfortable and respecting people's boundaries. And then I think, anything's possible. If you can do that, maybe you can be friends with an ex, but.
Oh, no, Monique. She said her exes would have come and got her and then beat the brakes off of Jose. Yeah, they're too invested.
You know what? That makes me feel like, y'all remember Liz's ex?
Clarence.
I know he was married, but Clarence's level of investment in Liz was really making me feel like if he wasn't married, he would be with her. His energy was very like more invested
than anything. That's where Bring Down the Strength in the Room came from, because David was like, whoa.
Yeah, I don't have any exes that have that much energy for me. That was a lot of energy.
Yep. Yeah, I forgot. I saw it in the comment section earlier, but somebody asked me what are my non-negotiables? And I guess we can all list those. So Seaway done ran it all into the ground, but yes, infidelity is a non-negotiable. Deceit, I would say being deceitful, because lies, people can lie, will lie, it will happen. But the deceit is more of a bigger issue for me. And I would say us not being on the same page in terms of how we view our marriage, right? Being aligned, I would say. having the same spiritual belief. I think those are big deals. How we, the respect factor. Do you respect me? Do you speak highly of me in front of me and behind my back and to others? Those are, some of the major things for me. Jay Seaway, what are some deal breakers or non-negotiables, I would say?
Let me go, Jay. I think lying. I don't like lying. I don't know. I'm weird. I'm a principle-based person. So it could be like principles that I care about. Like your political, like I'm like political opinions. Or like, for example, I cut a dude off and he really just still can't understand this to this day because he told me that he didn't see nothing wrong with listening to R. Kelly music. And for me, that was like the end. That was like done. And he was like so perplexed. He said, "You really cutting me off for that?" And I was like, "I am." But like for other people, that may not be a big deal. But for me, like if I draw a line in the sand about a principle, then yeah. So like those type of things, I'm not arguing about. Yeah, mostly like just principles and lying. Someone said drugs. Yeah, definitely drugs. I don't do drugs at all. So yeah, drugs. that would be one. Disrespecting your mama, like not liking your mama, that's a big deal for me. Like family is important. So if you beefing with your whole family, it'll probably be a no for me. Yeah.
Mine's is short. Blatant disrespect and lies and deceit. That's it.
I think once you have the truth, you can do anything.
Yeah. Like, and if you're not disrespecting me, meaning like you're not cursing me all out or putting your hands on me inappropriately, would not. I can deal with a lot. The honesty part of it is the biggest thing though. Because if I don't know who you are to trust you, I would not. Because I have a thing. If I can't trust you, then we don't need to be together.
Yeah, I never understood how people be like checking people's phones and running behind them and calling other women to figure out. I'm not doing any of that.
Play if you want to.
If I don't, I'm not doing any of that.
Play if you want to. Yeah. Some people think you won't.
Tiffany asked, do we agree on everything? No, we don't agree on everything, but on principle-based stuff, yeah, we agree.
Who is the we?
Mark and I.
Oh.
No, like we agree on like core values.
Pookie treat me all right, you know what I'm saying?
Big K. Pookie, I adopted a whole new name.
All right, Brendan.
I'm Pookie now, mustache.
I'm dead at this Pookie.
That's Big K over here with the Pookie. He treated me well, Okay, could play anymore.
We love you long time.
Wealth Health says she needs a husband and a side dude.
Wouldn't that be the perfect world? I think everybody wants a side dude.
I told him you need you a pair and a spare. That's what my daddy always said.
Corey talk about so disrespectful.
Are we talking about a game of cards, or are we talking about real life?
What they was like, you got to treat it like your car. You need a pair and a spare.
Monique is clearing the house tonight. She says that his investment in Liz was super normal to her, married or not. She says she needs to go self-reflect.
I really enjoyed that conversation.
She was better friends, Monique. You gotta
Yeah,
get
you
some
might
friends.
need to reassess the boundaries in your relationships.
Gotta get some friends that's just ride or die for you, even if they exist.
If it was that great, why y'all ain't together?
Yeah, husband and a side dude is a lot of work.
That is too, what?
Well, Chris Nath is with us. She said no ex talk. She's like, she's done.
Cause Chris is like you.
Because Chris don't like none of her exes. They not their friends.
You like any of yours?
Yes, I got friends with mine.
Oh,
Yes,
still?
I do. Oh yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Chris
Okay.
not playing games.
That's good to know.
Lord have mercy. What's up, Corey Black?
Hey, Corey.
Hey, what's going on, y'all?
What's going on, my brother?
Not much, man. I'm just trying to get in on this conversation. So, what are we guys talking about? I mean, I'm trying to see what's up.
We are talking about exes and boundaries in relationships and what that should look like.
Well, that's Corey's fave.
We're talking about some non-negotiables you have in a relationship. That's where we are right now.
Okay. All right, because I came up because I heard the Pookie comment, and I just want to say, disrespecting that man with that Pookie comment. I was just kidding with Jay, but so I know some people saying about going back to exes. Is that one of the topics? I know Chris Nath was saying something about not going back to an ex. Yeah,
because we brought up the whole thing with Rachel. And how she wound up finding her way to her ex's house the day she got locked out by Jose. So Seaway says I'm rigid because I said that's all I would need to see. That we wouldn't even have a conversation, once that happened, because I don't want to think about what you were doing.
Yeah.
So I would be out.
Yeah, I agree. In that context, going to an ex house is never the move. I think if you're in a current relationship, something goes wrong and you go back to an ex, that means some feelings are still there, because they shouldn't even be on that top 5 list of where to go if something bad were to happen. So to me, I think that was a bad move.
You wouldn't be leaving me. I'd be like, Michaela, with that suitcase, try to leave if you won't.
So what you gonna do? Block the door?
Blocking the door. I was right with her. I was like, Michaela, I feel you. I didn't do that before. Where you think you going?
First of all, you can't be putting somebody out there to unblock the door on them. See, where you can't be doing it. Tell them leave and then go block the door. Okay. Don't tell them leave.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But women do that all the time. You know we do that. You say
if I tell you to leave, I really mean leave.
Now, if I tell you to leave,
your stuff out.
If I tell you to leave, I actually really do mean that. But
exactly.
I do think we do say stuff we don't mean all the time.
We do.
If I tell you to go,
telling you to leave.
Nah, you need to go.
Your stuff will be outside waiting on you.
Thank you, Ariane. She is a mess. She is. She's always cutting up.
Run off of the highlights, because he just highlights what he wants.
That's why Jay wanted to have the comments. She was like, see, that's why I need the comments, because I got some comments that I want. You missed it, Corey. We was
all out there.
Yeah, it's like I missed a lot.
I'm blocking the door.
What's this talk of?
Seaway's trying to cause all kind of problems.
They said you're toxic, Seaway.
Right.
That's toxic femininity.
Don't get up here starting mess Trey back, okay?
Actually, T Big T, it is both of our channels we're actually streaming on. But don't get Jay riled up, please.
No, you gonna trigger.
Don't get her popping off up in this slide.
Let me go on mute for a second.
That's it. She's swatting them same bees Michaela was swatting. Y'all, I had to get Jay. I had to coax her to come on camera because she was like, I can't get in the comments. I was like, can you come on camera? I can't get in the comments. I'm like, I understand.
The heck with the cameras.
She's like, I ain't turning this camera on till I see I can get in these comments. I'm like, all right, I'll figure it out. Something's gonna work.
And here we are. Still ain't
And
got
here we are.
still ain't got
20
what I want.
minutes later.
We on a Zach and a Michaela relationship. No deal. This is not the plan.
But
This
it's
was
long
not the plan.
distance. I'm in New York and you're in LA.
Right. This was not the plan. No. I don't want to be on stage with him. I don't. What he say? Let me back on.
That was good TV.
It was. So Corey, tell us some of your what is a non-negotiable or a couple of non-negotiables that you would have in a marriage?
Yeah, so for me, the big non-negotiable is I have to. Ooh, that's a good question, because I am a type of guy who will work on as much as I can work on it. So I would say continuous cheating. Lies, disrespect, those things come pretty general when it comes to, what you shouldn't stand for. Narcissistic behaviors. Yeah. So those are just a few of the things that kind of can rile me up the wrong way. But even when it comes to cheating, I'm someone who I feel like I know Jay. I'm the type of guy who will talk.
I'm sorry.
I know. I'm the type of guy who will, have a conversation and, find out what the root cause is of the cheating. Because usually what I find out is most of the time people do cheat, it's not the person that they're with's fault. Not something they're doing or whatever. It's the person who did the cheating who's really at fault. So yeah. So I heard the mention of side dudes. I think we had a point now we're just kind of glorifying that. It's okay to be a side chick. It's okay to be a side dude when people know that's not how they really want to work. If you're married, you're in a relationship, you don't want your partner with anybody else. Truth be told. But it sounds funny to say it until you're in that situation. So I think we need to get to a point where we start taking those type of relationships, those type of words seriously, because you joke and say you want a side dude. Okay. All right. You get it and you're going to mess up. So, but yeah, I digress.
No, I wasn't making faces at you, Corey, when I was reading the chat. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Because straight back talking about, did you see where he could block the window of the door? He going out the window.
Look, I want to see him try to go out that window if you want to.
No, Corey, we on the same page as far as, actually me, you and Seaway is like on the same page as far as our
It's just Shawn.
Deal breakers and stuff. Yeah, Shawn got the CVS.
I'm ready to cut you out for looking left.
He don't even give you that one chance.
He said you blink left, you get cut off.
Right. No. They trying to figure out what this continuous cheating is, though, Corey. Explain that.
That's someone who cheats one time, and because you forgave them for cheating one time, if they didn't go out and goddamn do it again and again and again and get that same type of energy. That's not the case, Man, I could do a whole segment on cheating, and the reasons for it, what's behind it, the mentality. I can go through all that, but I don't think that's what the top of you guys are on right now. But yeah, for continuous cheating, that's what I mean. Someone who think they can continue to get away with it.
I just appreciate you being honest, Corey, because a lot of times people say, let me just be clear, I think Shawn's dead serious. I think he will cut you off. But a lot of times people say that their cheating is a deal breaker. And then when they get into a whole marriage that's not easy to walk away from and don't add kids, then they start looking at cheating differently, because they realize when you're talking about a life of a marriage, it may be worth it to try to figure out the root cause of the issue before you throw away your whole foundation that you built. I think the difference is that people won't admit that. They want to say, you cheat on me, I'm gone. But when you look at the reason why people divorce, cheating really don't be it. And if it is it's because of repeated disrespect. And I feel like that's when it goes from like you cheated to now you're disrespecting me, you're lying, you're doing whatever you're doing, and you clearly are not respecting the boundaries of this marriage. But I don't condone it. And I also feel like depending on the type of cheating that went down, especially people who have whole like emotional affairs and stuff with other people, I feel that's really hard to get past. The idea of you like loving someone else, that to me would be very hard to get past.
Yeah, definitely. It's a big difference, and I don't think a lot of people it hits a lot of people like right now, but it's a huge difference from having your partner tell you I cheated because she was a bad chick versus I cheated because she gets me, she understands me. We go, day in and day out, we have deep, long conversations. Like that's a whole different vibe. Neither one of them should be justified, but it's just you can take it in a different way. So it's just something that man, cheating to me, I feel like it's like I said, I feel like it's not always the partner's fault. It's a fulfillment that person wants to have. It's like a drug in a sense, because if you think about it, when you're cheating on someone, you're going back through all those emotional roller coasters in a good way when it comes to getting to know someone getting to know you, someone believing in you, someone thinking you're a great guy, great woman, saying things in you and saying things about you that they haven't heard from their partner in some time now. And because you're getting this, it's like a renewed joy that you're getting. It's like a new high for you. Then that's what makes the cheating so interesting. So I did a study on this, man. Like it's really interesting the things that go through a person's mind when they're deciding to cheat. Now, I'm not a believer of all men cheating, but I am a believer of all men thinking about cheating, me included. The thought is going to cross every man's mind. And I think that a lot of times when we're out in these streets and we see beautiful women, those thoughts come through our mind. But the thing about men, though, is that once that woman leaves, the thoughts gone. She should be gone. I say should be. The thought should be gone. It should only last for the interaction. Like, wow, man, I wonder what that'd be like. I wonder, oh, man. We have those type of thoughts because just how we are as men. But I think that a lot of times that people, I don't want to say people, I think sometimes women look at that from a guy to say, okay, if you think it, you'll do it. And in some cases that's true, but in most cases it's not. Like if you're a good woman, yeah, it's gonna be tough to get a man to cheat. But every man, I'm gonna say this too. I don't want to take up too much of that time. I think every man as well has the ability to cheat because every man has his breaking point. I'm gonna give you an example real quick. There was a movie called Knock Knock. Okay, star Keanu Reeves. Well, anyway, Keanu Reeves had these two women that were stuck in the rain, came into the house and started seducing him. He pushed them off. He said, no, I'm happily married. No. But these women started doing wild things to him and to the point where he just gave in. That was his breaking point. The man doesn't experience certain things in his life, then it's easier for him to break. There's also something I would love women to understand, well, both men and women, when it comes to the possibilities of cheating. Sometimes we have partners who are late bloomers. What I mean by late bloomers is they didn't really start becoming attractive until after college or during college or during their adult years. To the point where they were getting a lot of play from the opposite sex. So it's my thought to say that, okay, because they're late bloomers, they haven't experienced this type of attention before. So it's hard for them to just hold on to just one woman or hold on to just one man because they don't know what that looks like. It's new to them. So because it's something so new, they never experienced it before. It's like a kid in a candy store, so to speak. So, but yeah, man, I don't want to take up too much of the time, man, but that's my 2 cents on it.
I can see that what you just said.
About the late bloomer.
I
Yeah,
think you see that a lot, and
yeah,
also
absolutely.
some of these athletes too. When you have, you know, what they say, a man is only as faithful as his options.
That's true.
I don't know if that's 100% true, but I think there's a lot of truth to that. And so that's why, you know, it's hard to date a professional athlete, because they just have a lot of options, and it's a lot of new territory
Mhm.
that probably before they became this professional athlete they didn't have. So
Yeah,
I
uh,
think that's something to think about.
yeah, I absolutely agree. You know, and all the women are really looking for the same type of guy. You know, no one's really straying away. I know it looks good to have a dude with chiseled, features and good looking and all that good stuff. I get it, but you understand you're one of many women going after that physical appearance, that outside appearance. Not saying it's not important. It can be important to a lot of people, but the character, the things that man holds high, his goals he wants to reach, those things are important, more important to me from a woman, for to see what she has going on there. She can be cute in the face. She ain't got to be, drop dead gorgeous, for me to be interested in her. She don't have to be a size 2 for me to be interested in her. So, it really boils down to having more to go off of, because you can get someone that's handsome, you can get someone that's pretty, great bodies. Who knows what's going to happen in 10, 15 years. They may decide to let their body and looks go. Now, what do you have? You have a shell. So, you just got to be careful about the things you want, things you're looking for right now, because it can have some long term effects if you choose wrongly.
What you thinking, Jay?
It's just some of these comments that I'm sitting here reading.
Are you in the comment ministry?
Right.
No, because it's a lot of things that I've seen. I mean, I can't go back to them or whatever, but there's certain people saying that they wouldn't. Trust would be hard to regain. Yes, trust would be hard to regain, but it's regainable or whatnot. Trust is earned. Trust is not something that is just there in the first place. So, um, that's something that can be brought back over time. Now, would it take a lot of work? Yes, it'd take a lot of work. As far as Big K goes, and in talking about you guys wouldn't take the cheating and you guys don't understand Corey's thing, that's because men tend not to accept the woman back for cheating, because in their minds the woman is a possession. I own her, so she shouldn't be doing that. You know what I'm saying? To you, her cheating is a disrespect, because you feel like that is your property, and your property should only be loyal to you. But you're forgetting that within that context, like Seaway and Corey has said, there's other things that led to her cheating. Women don't necessarily go out and cheat unless there was disrespect to her in the first place. There's a lot of things that you are doing that leads her to go cheat. If she's communicating those things, hopefully, yes, that she is. And if you're not listening, then she's going to start looking for those people that are listening. Women don't technically cheat the same way as men. Men see things and say, yeah, let me get the physical and all this stuff. Women cheat on the emotional side
True.
first before they even go to the physical. So if you're with a woman who is cheating, and yes, you're going to feel disrespected because she was probably trying to tell you, hey, this is what's going on. I don't like this. I need you to, fix this behavior or whatever and stuff like that. Please do this for me. And you're not taking into account what she's saying, and you're continuously doing you and not caring about her. Yes, she's going to start finding that person that starts caring, because that person's always there. Let's put it like that. That person's always there. And she's going to start picking up on all those little gestures that man on the side, and I'm saying on the side because he's been there, but she's been ignoring him. But all those little gestures that he's been doing to make passes, because you're no longer doing it. You're no longer in her view of that person who is giving me the roses, sending me the nice little, I'm just thinking about you text. kisses in the morning and all that. Now somebody else is giving her that time and she's noticing it now. So before you start sitting there saying that is just a flat out disrespect, you have to check on what part of it that you was contributing to it, because cheating is not just a one person thing. Something for most people, I'll say that. Some people just have addiction to sex.
You know, when in a relationship, let's talk about the whole sexual aspect of cheating, because there are different ways to cheat. Okay. So when it comes to the sexual aspect of cheating, say the scenario is this: a man has a woman at home. That woman is not giving him any sex. He's not getting sex for 2-3 months at a time, and he goes out and he cheats. When that woman finds out that he cheated, yes, she's heartbroken. Yes, she feels like he should not have done it. However, if she knows that she contributed to that, she should be a little bit more understanding to why he cheated. Not saying that she has to forgive him like nothing ever happened. He should definitely pay the price for cheating, but the level of understanding and maturity in that relationship, because of what took place, because she knows she's been withholding it from him. These are things that, we really have to have that honest conversation about. If sex is something a man really enjoys, or a woman, if sex is something they really genuinely enjoy, and you take that away from them, then you leave them no option but to either self-gratify or to go out. You want to leave them with doing what you want them to do, which is self-gratify instead of going out. Is that fair? So the conversation starts with the understanding of both parties' part in the behavior that's been taking place. You can't do something like that and then throw your hands up and say, you can't blame me. There is some blame to share when it comes to that. Yes, he did not have to do it, but two, what was your part? You not allowing him to have that from you. He came to you first. Now that's the big thing. If he comes to you first for that pleasure, to give and to receive, then why would you push him away? So something about sex for a man is a bit empowering. So that's something else that goes along with that too. If you make a man feel small when you have conversations with him, if you go for the gut every time you guys have an argument, you go somewhere deep that you should not go, that is something that will make a man go out and cheat, because again, he feels small at home being with you. But when he goes out and cheats and has that sex, it is something about that makes a man feel empowered.
Like, okay. I don't know what Shawn is over here. Shawn, you need to stop eating and get back on camera, because like I can't highlight some things. But the like Kay, you saying with the
What you
marriage,
want to highlight, Jay? Tell me.
because Big K's thing, he's saying when in the marriage, cheating is out the window. It's not always on the victim. Some people are that way prior to the relationship, and it's a common narcissistic behavior. Now, hear this. If you are with somebody who has a cheating problem, you have to take into account that that's what you chose to deal with. Some problems do not go away. If some people have a stealing problem, they gonna steal just because they're not doing it all the time in front of you don't mean that they're not stealing from things. So if you're watching people's behavior and you see this is their pattern with all their past relationships, and you still took on that responsibility, it's not all on you. And I'm not sitting here trying to victim blame, but you have to take some account that you signed up for that. You signed up in our mind that a lot of times we think, oh, this person is going to change for me. People don't change for anybody else. They change for themselves. You may inspire that change, but a person is not going to change for anything else. And then you have to take into account, especially with somebody that is a cheater, what led to their prior cheating behavior? Like what led up to that? Like what in their past relationships happened for them to go outside of it. You know, and I know that when we get married, this is the thing. I'm supposed to be married. We're not supposed to cheat. That's usually the deal. That's usually how most traditional marriages are set up. But if you find some people that didn't grow up in those households with traditions, you find people that had seen their parents do certain things and stuff like that, and that's what they thought love was. So if you guys are not having these conversations prior to marriage, prior to a relationship, prior to the commitment of it all, then yes, you have to take into account that on your part, you should have had these conversations and you should have really got to know the person that you was going to be with for the rest of your life. Now, I'm not saying that they can't change over time and just up and on the whim decide to do some F shit. You know what I'm saying? That's a different situation. But if they have a pattern of this, you got to look at that. You got to take account on that. Go ahead, Corey. What you was about to say?
Yeah. So I do understand, a few things that people are saying in the comments. Cheating is a no-go. It's zero tolerance. It's the end of a relationship for me. Now, I have personally witnessed people have that same energy. Cheating is bad, zero tolerance. But hey, if you got a man that is taking care of the bills, taking care of you, taking care of your kids, putting clothes in your kids' back, your bag, feeding you guys, taking you on trips, then all of a sudden, cheating is not quite as bad as it once was. Now, I'm telling you this from experience. I'm not saying anyone in the comments or anything like that. I'm not saying you guys are that person at all. What I am saying is that sometimes there are certain things that happen in a relationship that make you look at things a little bit more closely. It makes you question more than react. So that's all I'm saying. Well, I'm not saying cheating is okay by any stretch of the word. I'm just saying that when it happens, to have that conversation, because the more you understand your partner, the closer you will become to your partner. So if you just want to say, okay, you cheated on me, I'm out the door, nothing else you can tell me, I don't want to look at you anymore, then how are you able to compromise at all during your marriage? How are you able to compromise at all during your relationship? How do you guys grow, build together? How do you guys be able to share differences of opinion and still make it work? These are all things that are combined with the conversation of cheating. So again, I am not saying that cheating is cool. I'm not saying that I'm advocating, saying it's okay to cheat. I'm just saying when it comes up, to have an open ear to understand your partner better. And sometimes with understanding your partner better, that'll help you out. If you do want to leave, that'll help you out for your next relationship, to see those red flags, to see those signs that may come your way. So it's not a situation of, oh man, you crazy, man. Nobody gonna cheat on me. Anybody can be cheated on. I don't care how beautiful you are. I don't care how handsome you are. Anybody can be cheated on. And I think that it's kind of naive to think that it won't happen to you or it can't happen to you because you're such a great person. You have to be able to understand that if it does happen to you, you need to understand why it happened to you. Why did this person who you trusted so much, who you love so much, who you poured, giving so much of yourself to, why did they take the option to cheat? Like, that's something that you should want to understand just for your mental psyche, just for you to understand. So if you're the type of person that just to leave at a drop of a hat, then you're not a reliable partner. I'm sorry, you're not a reliable partner. So you have to get an understanding of what makes your partner move, just like they have to get an understanding of what makes you move. That's going to make you guys stronger down the line. And if everything is going great in your relationship, I mean, everything is going great, where he's taking care of business. He's a great leader in the household. He's a great leader in the marriage, but he just stepped out and cheated one time. Are you really, really willing to throw away all of that because he made a mistake, because he messed up? If he's remorseful for the situation, he sees the error his way. He know he messed up. He sees how it affected you, or he or she sees how it affected you, how it broke your heart to hear the information. Then, you got to make a decision that's best for you. I'm not saying take anyone back. I'm not saying that you should sit in the house and be cheated on and just being disrespected or whatever the case is. I'm saying if someone cheats on you and that person's a good man or a good woman, and you know in your heart of hearts you still want that person, then you can keep that person. You can make them pay for cheating on you. Definitely can do that. You can make them rue the day that they even thought about cheating on you. You can do that, but you can still keep that person. So I mean, it's just all about personal ways of doing things. No one is right. No one is wrong. It's all respect.
Nobody's victim blaming the person saying that they got to stay with a cheater. That's a choice. You don't have to stay with the cheater. You don't have to agree with taking them back or nothing like that. You can have the deal breaker. Shawn clearly has his deal breaker. If you cheat, that's it. That's not everybody's deal breaker. That's what we're saying. So from this perspective of people that don't have that as a deal breaker, what we're saying is we're all human. We give grace. So when Corey says the repeat offender, that's his deal breaker. After the first time, I gave you your pass. This is it. Don't do this again to me. The first time might have been some like, okay, you got past tendencies. You did this in the past. Okay, let me, you know what I'm saying? Like, hey, but I'm showing you that for me, I'm willing to stay in this relationship and work through this. Now, if you do it again, you're telling me you don't want this relationship. You don't want to work through this with me. And that's okay. Now we can go our separate ways. But I did my due diligence by giving you the pass and saying, I am here with you. As a human, we make mistakes. So if you don't want to give that person that pass, that's fine. You know what I'm saying? That's your choice. And I'm not saying that you have to. What I'm saying is, for me, if I sit here and I'm in a relationship with you and I say, this is where I want to be, and you cheat on me, if I want to be with you, I'm going to tell you, okay, the next time you do it, that's it. You got your one time. But you're not going to keep doing it over and over and over. Because the one thing about it is it's going to come to light. I don't care how you guys want to sit there and say they cheated in the past and this stuff like that. After a while, the person gets comfortable and it gets sloppy and it comes out. So I don't know who's cheating all the way until death with it. If they are, they good or whatever. But you can give a person a pass on something. You can give some grace on something. Now, if cheating is not where you want to give the grace, that's fine. I'm not giving the grace on the lying. That's what it is. So everybody got their deal breaker.
Yeah, somebody said that I said that the person who was cheated on is also to blame for cheating. That's not what I said. What I said is that majority of the time, the person who's doing the cheating, who's getting cheated on, is not at fault. I gave an example of a situation where you can possibly be at fault. You can have something to do with it. I'm not saying you made anyone cheat. I'm not saying that you pointed them in the direction of a beautiful woman or a handsome guy and said, go to that person. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying, though, is that if you are denying your man or your woman sex for a certain length of time and they cheat on you, it shouldn't be oh my goodness, I'm so surprised. Oh, I can't believe you would do something like this. Oh my goodness, I don't see it. But you haven't had sex with them for 6 months. Like that's when common sense rolls into play here, because at the end of the day, we have to hold ourselves accountable for the actions we make, as well as you want them to hold themselves accountable for the actions that they make when they thought about just going in there and start cheating. So what I'm saying is sometimes, very rarely, that door swings both ways. Now, for anyone who goes out and cheat, that's a personal decision. That's not on anyone. But when I say the other person, I'm saying as far as fueling that, like you're not doing anything to make them stay home. You're doing things to make them, pushing them towards the cheating. That's what I'm talking about. And again, I've said plenty of times that I'm not saying that cheating is good, anything like that. So it's like I'm saying one thing and then I'm hearing another thing in the comments, but I really want you guys to understand that when it comes to cheating, and I think this topic came up when I asked that question, so I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry, panel. But for me, like I said, it's a personal decision. For me, not saying anyone has to follow this blueprint, but for me, if my woman cheats on me one time and I have a conversation with her, I have an understanding of why she cheated, and she understands how it affected me, and she promises not to do it again, then I may or may not take her back. That is my choice to do so. Just the same as it's your choice to leave. If you have zero tolerance for it, by all means, do what you got to do. But I'm saying there's always that gray area for anyone. And I'm saying you may not have experienced it yet. You may not, may not have seen it, but it is definitely there. So for me, I'm more understanding to the fact of understanding that sometimes cheating is just a physical act. I don't look at it. I don't look at cheating maybe not as deeply as someone else does. And I'll answer this question. I have never cheated before. And the reason why I haven't cheated before is because I saw how it made me feel to be cheated on, and I never wanted to put that on anyone else. So for me, I get that aspect of it. So for me, it's also as a way to shield myself away as well, is I have to understand that sometimes cheating doesn't have anything to do with the partner. It's nothing wrong with the partner did. It's whoever cheated is the one who's at fault because they made that conscious decision to do it. That's it.
This conversation is about, this whole live is about conversation and communication and all this stuff like that. And the part of the communication that we're failing to listen to is the listening part of the communication. If your deal breaker is cheating, it's a deal breaker for you. Cut it off. Everybody don't have that deal breaker. So this part right here is the understanding part of the people that don't have that deal breaker. You have that deal breaker. That's fine. We get it. You're going to cut them off. There's no need to have a good discussion about it or whatever and stuff like that. But to understand other people in this world that accept other things that are different from you, this is why we're having the conversation. This is why we keep having the back and forth about what we would tolerate. I don't have cheating as my deal breaker because I've been in relationships where I have been good to people and they've cheated on me. I've given them a pass. I cheated on me. We done. Because at the end of the day, we are human. God gives us a bunch of passes on a lot of things that we do. Okay? If I'm trying to be Christ-like in any way, I have to give grace and forgiveness to certain things. I can't hold people at fault at a whole bunch of things. My biggest fault is the lying. For me, that's the deal breaker. Okay. If you have cheating as your deal breaker, that's perfectly fine. And that's for you. I'm not saying that I'm going to be with somebody that I want to be with somebody that cheats on me. Yes. No, I don't want that. But if it happens to happen and I want to stay in that relationship, we're going to go through the next process. It has consequences and repercussions. Yes. The consequence is now we have to go through a therapy. Now we have to have these talks. Now I have to go through my process of healing, and you have to give me my time on it. You have to put up with how I react to it. Would it always be nice? No. If you don't want to stay, you can go. That's how I operate. Yes, we should have these talks prior to marriage, the relationship, all of this stuff. Our deal breaker should be on the table prior to all of it. But do we listen to our partner half the time when we're giving these things? No. When our partner say, hey, if you go and do this right here, X, Y, Z, and they go and do it, half the time our partner don't even listen to us. When I say I want an iced mocha, they bring me a latte. It's that simple. So it's just the thing. This is why we're having a discussion. This is why we're having this whole talk about communication. It's not saying that you have to agree with what I do, but this is why I do it. I understand why I do it. This is how I move. You move differently. I'm okay with that. And if we was to be in a relationship, say Big K, if me and you was to be in a relationship, I would respect the fact that cheating is a deal breaker for you. You will automatically know that I don't care about this relationship because I'm going to go cheat. And you can cut me clean, smooth off. So that's all we're saying. Just understand where we're coming from. It's not saying that you have to agree with what we're doing and just abide by us. No.
I want to talk for a brief second about the guys and women who do cheat, who have cheated, who are married. You know, there are a lot of situations that come up in those marriages where one spouse is cheating on the other spouse. But whoever they're cheating with, let's say for instance, the gentleman, the husband in the relationship is cheating on the wife with another woman. That woman says, I want you to leave your wife for me. The man tells her, no, I'm not going to leave my wife. What we're doing is fine, but I'm not going to leave my wife. Why do you think that is? Anybody? Okay. So I just going to say, I'll give you my 2 cents on what I think it is. Okay. So that man never leaves his wife for that woman, because what he has at home is something of so much more value, something that's so much more precious than what he's been cheating on. So that's why I say that conversation for me, personally for me, is what's going to do my relationship some good. If I'm willing to have that conversation, if I have a ride or die by my side who is willing to stay by my side no matter what, no matter the mistakes they make, the bad decisions that they make, they still say to themselves, you know, I'm not going to leave Corey because he's that good of a man. Then it's like when they have an option to, because they whatever they're cheating with on the side may be shinier, maybe nicer than how I am, how I look, but they still choose to stay with me. So because of that, I'm willing to listen to what they have to say, and they have to be truthful in the fact of knowing that how it affected me, and they'd be truthful with themselves and saying that they're not going to do it again and actually mean it. Because if that's the case, if that does happen, then the outcome is not going to be in their favor. But we've all known situations, we've all seen situations like that, where people who are married, they cheat, but they refuse to leave their wives. They refuse to leave their husbands. There's a reason why. And it goes both ways, not just the men, it's the women too.
So it seems like this is this is getting a little hot and heavy, right? Folks are dividing people, you know, and I think this is, and Jay mentioned it earlier too, right? It's that listening to understand point. And sometimes we just get so focused on what we're hearing, and perhaps tied to our own personal experiences, we're not, you know, we're losing what's being said. I mean, I didn't hear anybody necessarily blaming somebody, but I do think there's nuances to everything, right? Are there some people out there that are just cheating recklessly, and that's just who they are, and they move through their relationships in that fashion? Sure. Are there other people who there's some element of neglect in the relationship, or the partner has done something to isolate them for whatever reason? It's happened. And that's why they're doing it. And again, I don't hear anybody saying cheating is right, cheating is okay, people should use cheating as an option. It's just them saying that they understand that it's not always so black and white when somebody cheats. Sometimes there's other reasons, and people, you know, do have the capacity, some, to forgive it. I just happen to be one of those that it's not something that I can come back from, because I replay the events. I'm a very visual person. Loyalty is high on my list. And I also am somebody who would not cheat in a marriage. So I think sometimes also when there's mutual cheating in a relationship, the other partner can also forgive and understand, because they know they've been in the same position, or if they've ever considered or thought about doing it and almost did, you know, they can understand how things can happen and be willing to move on if the person is willing to, you know, get help and not do that anymore. Again, that's some people's preferences. There's plenty of marriages that are out there that people have been public about where there have been affairs, and the person has chosen to move on. You know, So again, one of my deal breakers, yes. But it's not everybody's. And there's a lot of people out there that have evolved to feel differently about it. Some people feel like, listen, if you don't tell me about it, if I don't know what I don't know, I don't know. Some people take that approach. Again, I think you got to do what's right for yourself. And if you know for you, that is something that's going to cause you extended trauma, pain, it's not going to have you to show up in the relationship feeling safe, then you definitely need to move on. But there's other people out here who are definitely willing to do that. And hey, look, if it works for them, it works for them. So I think that's what I'm hearing, right?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure out how this victim blaming when you're saying take accountability. I'm not saying I don't understand how we still feeling like the victim is being blamed. If no matter what part of the relationship I am, if I'm the cheater, I have to take accountability for me cheating and doing what I did to lead that relationship to break up. If I'm the person who's been cheated on, and I'm gonna tell you, I have been that person that's been cheated on, and I've been in that moment where I said, you know what? Please don't do this to me. Yet I took that person back and I stayed in it for the second time. At that point, I have to take account. I have to take account that I stayed in that relationship or I seen the signs. That's what I'm saying. As part of it, you don't have to stay in that relationship and take account about it. When I said earlier, when I leave my relationships, I don't talk about the other person. I talk about the parts of that I contribute to the relationship, good or bad. I'm not focused on what the other person did to me, so to speak. I'm focused on what I did so I can improve myself. I can't change what the other person's going to do moving forward in the future, but I can change what I do moving forward. So when I'm saying take account to what you contributed to the cheating, you have to go back and say, hey, maybe there was something that I did or didn't do that led to this result, especially if the result keeps happening over and over. Now, like Big K, I understood your situation because I seen when you posted it in Kojo's chat a while back and stuff like that. I'm not blaming you for what she did. It was wrong. But there's parts of it, if you said this is part of her past, and if you guys had that conversation prior, then you might have to take account on that. Now, if you didn't have that conversation prior to that, you feel where I'm going with this, like that's not on you. But some of us have these things that are on us because we take these people back, we deal with it or whatnot, and we move on. So we take account for our part in that relationship. If we get into an argument, I have to take account for the words that I choose to say to you. So this is what I'm saying when it comes to the cheating or whatnot, and those people that get cheated on, the victim in that situation, so to speak. Sometimes we contribute to the fact that we got cheated on. You have to look at that part of you and say, did I do something in this relationship to deserve that or no? Like Corey gave the example, if I'm not giving my man sex for 6-something months, I don't expect him to keep staying there. I shouldn't expect him to keep staying there without having his needs met. That's crazy. We're having sex and I just stop. And I give him no reason why I stopped. And he keeps coming to me saying, babe, what's up? Can I get it? Can I get it? And I'm just like, no. Yes, I'm contributing to him leaving the relationship. So in those instances, I have to take my accountability on my part for that type of thing. Now, if I'm doing everything, I'm giving him the sex, I'm cooking, I'm doing everything, I'm being there for him and all that stuff like that, he has a problem. And vice versa. If it's a man doing all the things for his woman and she go out the relationship, she has a problem. Yes. Because I was doing everything I needed to do. But if you find there's one thing that you didn't need to do, you might need to change that for your next relationship and see how it works out for you. That's all we saying. You don't stay in a relationship if that's not where you want to be. Your deal breaker, gone.
You know, I agree what you're saying. Cheating is definitely, I see in the comments here, cheating is definitely not the answer. Some people are saying, you know, if you should leave instead of cheating. But understand this, that cheating sometimes, like I said, it doesn't have anything to do with the relationship. It's not saying you're doing something wrong for that man or that woman to leave you. It is an impulse that a person has, a desire the person has to be with someone else physically. That's it. So when you say you need to leave before you cheat, leaving you means that person is leaving everything about you, everything. So instead of that person having to leave everything, they'll take a chance and cheat on someone in an area that you may not be fulfilling them in, rather than leave the whole prize behind, you know. And in a way, you can look at it and say that's selfish behavior. And I can agree with you on that. It's some selfish behavior, but in the mindset of that person, it's likely not to feel selfish for them to do that. Because you can find greatness in anyone. You can find goodness in anyone, and you can still do that person wrong. By either their accounts or your own, you can still do something to that person to make them feel like they were not respected, not wanted. So anything that makes them feel in a negative way, puts them in a negative state of mind. You come home, you having a discussion with me, tell them something that you disagree with them about. All of a sudden, they feel like you lashed out at them. They feel like you're verbally abusing them because you just simply stated something that you wanted to do that's different than what they wanted. So it can be anything. So I'm not saying take it light on cheating. Before I said it again, you know, if someone cheats on you, make them pay. Make them pay if you still want them. And the reason why I say if you still want them, because there are plenty of examples that we have out here of someone getting into an argument, having a breakup. There are people who get into breakups and go right back to the man, go right back to the woman after they broke it off with them, knowing they shouldn't, knowing they see all the red flags in the world with this person outside of cheating, but they still go back to him. But cheating is just what breaks it all. So cheating is not the only red flag in a relationship. Cheating is not the only thing about a relationship that should make you want to leave somebody. So that, I think that's pretty much all I'm saying, is that it's something you can weigh the same as something else. It's something you can weigh heavier, but that's a personal decision for individuals. So I want to make sure that it's understood too that it's not only men that cheat, women cheat as well. There's a conversation that needs to happen between men and women. We should not be pitting each other against each other. We shouldn't say, oh, the women should do this, or the men should do that. The men and the women should have a conversation to see if we can minimize the cheating. You cannot, I'm gonna say this. I'm not saying that you can't understand men from woman to woman, but it is so much easier to understand a man. It's so much easier to understand a woman when you have those conversations across the aisle. Not my boy talking to me about a woman. I'm gonna be able to give him advice the best way I can, but I'm not a woman. Same thing for a man. So I'm just saying, let's stop pitting each other against each other. Let's have a conversation about how we can minimize the cheating in our relationships and increase Black love, or love in general.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing too is that, and if anything was unclear, I think anytime somebody cheats on another person, the act is on the person and the individuals involved in the act, right? It's not about they cheated and now it's the fault of the person who got cheated on. But I think anytime in any relationship when something goes awry, we want to take that opportunity to self-reflect and look at what led up to that situation, right? At the very least, if you're leaving, then What could you look back and see, okay, I saw this pattern, or I saw that red flag, or I saw this particular instance where I can make better decisions going forward. I can have better or healthier dialogue in my relationship going forward. Because I often find that, just in talking to a variety of people that have been in relationships, are in relationships, some of whom, have been cheated on and, or have cheated, there are things that took place. There were red flags in a lot of these instances and things that you could avoid, right? If you got that person because they cheated on you and you thought you were going to be the fixer, that's something you might want to think about, right? Your next relationship going forward, you might want to think about how you entered into that relationship, right? Did that person tell you things that they wanted and you did not pay any attention to them? Or did they say that they wanted to do things that you just were unwilling to do and you left it at that, right? Because if somebody is constantly saying, whether it's the amount of sex, the type of sex, whatever they're looking for, and you're hearing that repeatedly, and you may tell the person, hey, listen, that's just not what I'm into. That's not what I'm into. I don't want it that much. And you wanted this and you wanted that. That's one way to respond back to the person. But the other is to dig in to see what's important. How are we going to, resolve this? Or whatever it may be. Or if the person is feeling devalued in the relationship, perhaps they're feeling like they don't have a voice in the household. And they've said it to you several times. So now they've gone outside to get a voice from some extra person. And sometimes people tell us things, but we don't pay attention. And again, these are some of the scenarios. It's not every scenario. Sometimes people that's their character and that's who they are. And they're going to lie, cheat, and manipulate. And that's on them. And those people you need to move on because they are not somebody that's going to be good in a relationship. I would then go back and say, what did they show you ahead of time that they were somebody that you should be in a relationship with? And yeah, do things happen? Mistakes happen, things happen. But I think there's always just an opportunity to reflect back, not to take blame. Don't, that person moved wrong. They made a mistake. They did something out of line. It's not your fault. We're not looking, or nobody's looking to blame you for what somebody else did. It's reflect and see what were the learnings there. And some people, value their relationships greater than a mistake, greater than, especially if it was a one-off thing. Some people are able to say, it's a one-off. I get it. I understand some things were wrong in our relationship. I'm willing to work through this. So I think that's really the big piece about it. And I think I saw there was a comment that Lynn perhaps shared. Yeah, no, and we get it, right? So Lynn, we thank you for sharing, right? You felt like it was crumbling, and that's it. And I think for you, it's not something that you should put yourself in the position of, and definitely you want to be clear about that if you're in a relationship or the next person that you're in a relationship with. So perhaps that's the lesson learned there. It's not to blame you. I know it's devastating. It makes you question. I'm sure you're everything because you trusted the person and they went out and hurt you. So I totally understand that. And that's why at the top of the house, I said, like, listen, sometimes, we got to seek counsel. We do. And I've been transparent. Like, I've done it. I'm doing the work and it's not always easy, but I'm a proponent of it. And if you've got that kind of deep hurt, if you're not already, I would say talk to somebody because there's always things to unpack in the process. There's always things that you can walk away learning from. And that truly is how you're going to get past the pain, right? Because if you sit in that space of being a victim for too long, you don't get past the pain. You stay in a mindset of feeling like I was victimized. And I'm not saying you, Lynn, I'm saying people in general that go through any type of trauma, whether it's in a relationship, outside of a relationship, Anybody is always going to encourage you to move from that state of feeling as though you were a victim, because you're relinquishing your power to the situation. You relinquish your power to that person. Once you take ownership of the things that happen, and it doesn't mean blame, it means ownership of the situation, you are able to better and more healthily get past it. Because what will happen is you can have PTSD from somebody cheating on you because you keep reliving what they did. Now, who is walking with the pain of that? You or the person that cheated on you? No, you're walking with that. And the only way you can release yourself from that is examining all aspects, dealing what happened, what led up to it, and then releasing it. Because if you hold so tightly onto it, it's going to keep you bound. And I think that's what our discussion, that's where we need to get to. It's triggering. It's painful. I hear it. I feel it. I know it. I haven't had this situation directly happen to me, but I can understand how it could feel by sheer empathy.
Okay, I wanted to address something. One of the comments in the chat from God's Gift Mike. You said that, Corey, most people who take others back for cheating can often be seen as insecure or not wanting to be alone or feeling like they can't find another person. Okay, so this is what I have to say about that. And again, before I say anything, this is just me talking. I'm not saying anyone should adopt what I'm about to say. So if I'm in a situation where my wife has cheated on me and I decide to take her back, it should be anyone else's business but ours. That's one. We have to stop getting to this point where we have to let everyone know what's going on in our relationship that's outside of the house, because not everyone wants to see you win. Not everyone wants to see your relationship work. So your partner should know the kind of person you are, the kind of man you are, the kind of woman you are. That's why they married you, because they like what they saw. Now, if you have a partner who feels that you are have a weak spine, you're insecure, and you just don't want to be alone, then you picked the wrong partner. But for me, when it comes to situations like this, one, the only person's opinion that matters to me is my partner's opinion. If my partner does not feel like I'm insecure, if my partner doesn't feel like I want to be alone, I could care what anyone else has to say. And a lot comes with that that comes with marriage, because everyone's going to have something to say about what you're doing with your partner, how you do it, when you do it. And it's no one's business but you and your partners. So I say to say that any issues that you have inside of your home should stay inside of your home, except if it's involving therapy, psychologists, any type of professional assistance to help you get through it together, then yes, that outside of the home, I get that. But the friends, the family, because you don't know what the outcome is going to be yet. By exposing your family and friends to a situation, then you're going to look crazy before going back. You're going to have them in your ear telling you to get away from a marriage that you really want to be in, or a situation that you're willing to forgive, or whatever the case is, if you are that person that's willing to forgive. But I say that to say that it's very true what Mike said. You know, people will look at you or will judge you, but you cannot always can go off of what others think about you. You have to go about what you know about yourself and what your loved ones, the ones you hold near and dear to your heart, how they look at you, how they feel about you, because those are the true emotions that will come out. That's what you need in order to grow from any situation. So those are my 2 cents on that.
And I see this Queen Won't Quit. It's so funny. You and Jay must be in the same mindset, because she was just saying the same thing. You know, if you're too into what other people think, that might be an indication you're not ready for marriage, right? And that's true. And I think that goes back to those boundaries of what you allow people access to. You know, if there is an infidelity in your particular relationship, especially while you're in that same relationship and marriage, it's not something you need to be sharing with other folks, outside of, like, Corey said, just people that are licensed or, in a position to help you. Telling your friends and family members is going to do nothing to help you. You need to work to figure it out with the person you're in the relationship with, and then yourself. Absorb what happened, digest it, examine it. Okay, we got trolls in here tonight. So, yeah, I think that at the end of the day, that's what we need to be thinking about. Is what decision are we going to make together? That's so important. So, less about what other people are thinking, other people's opinions. The only way other people will call us insecure is if we run around saying, yeah, my partner cheated on me, but I stayed. Then you put yourself in a position to do that. It's your business, because I swear, this showed up in my marriage so many times, and it's something I wish we really could have gotten on a better page about, was just the things we share. And sometimes it's little things. You have an argument or disagreement, your best friend don't need to know, your family don't need to know, because most of the time, you're over it the next day or a couple of days, and y'all are moved on and in a whole different place. But that person, I mean, you hear this so much, but people don't get it. And people still want to bump their gums and share, oh, that's my best friend. They've been with me for 20 years and they got my back and blah, 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 blah. And they know me. No, they are not the person you're in the relationship with. They don't need to know all your business. They don't need to know every time you have a fight, because the memory is different. For my family members, they tell me something their spouse does, it's going to stay with me. I mean, I've been married, so I know enough to know not to, give any silly advice that's not going to serve the person or their relationship, but it's something that stays in your mind. You don't get over it. So that's why you need to have some distance. And again, if there's something toxic, you really like, there's major abuse going on, and you need to talk to people, and you don't need to isolate yourself. But if y'all fighting about socks on the floor or who's going where when and little silly things like that, or you have a major disagreement about how you want to run their household or run your kids, you don't need to run that past your family member. Unless they are, really top notch in a great, healthy relationship, seem to be unbiased. It's a lot of checklists you're going to have to go through. Yeah, then that's when you get my list. Because unless that person, one, if you go into an unmarried person with minimal relationship experience or bad relationship experience, and you're taking that to them to talk about your marriage, then where we going? What you doing? So
answer God's gift Mike's question, because he said, Corey and Jay, would you take a partner back for cheating if the reason was you're not doing good enough? My question to my partner would be, why would you want me back if I'm not doing good enough? You feel me? So stay gone. No, I would not take them back for that reason. That's stupid.
I have to agree with Jay on that one. Yeah. If I'm not good enough for you, is if your mind is made up, and that's the thing, man. A lot of times people's minds are made up, and we try to change their minds over and over again. When someone's made up their mind, it's a wrap. It really is a wrap. You have to do something very granular just to get yourself back in the door. So it's not most of the time it's not worth that effort to have to go through all that. I was so happy with my marriage. Best friend stopped sharing her marital issues with me. Better for their relationship and me. Yes, it is. It is. You'll be surprised how much drama is caused outside the home and how it affects inside the home. Now, again, I'm not saying, the good things, you can always share that. you can always share the girl. He gave me a dozen roses for just because it's Tuesday. Yeah, you can share that. That's cool. You want people to understand how happy you are in your marriage, but those negative things that come up in the marriage, not to say that it's going to be a secret. No one's trying to make it a secret, but once those negative things get out, man, it's just people are going to have their opinions and it can really weigh on you. The issue itself is going to be enough weight on your shoulder. You don't need anything additional along with that though to be bearing you and weighing you down. So that's why we're saying, when it comes to that, just kind of keep it in house and work on that together.
Lynn, you said Chatty Gill needs to be in here for this convo. Well, I think Chatty Gill is getting himself some therapy, so hopefully those things can be addressed there too, because that I feel bad for him the way that whole thing went down. Regardless, I know he definitely nitpicked and did a lot of complaining about Mirla's ways. I don't think he deserved to be misled, lied to, and treated that way. I think that was a little underhanded. But I think this is the next part of that conversation, right? Because I think we're all going to have our various opinions about how to navigate and handle cheating. But I think what we can hopefully agree on is boundaries. Boundaries in our relationships, how we handle that, what that looks like, the friends that we have around us. Because in marriages, you want to have you want to have a safe space for your marriage. And that's something like I just believe firmly in that, having people around you who support your marriage. Which Seaway, that's one thing why I always big you up. Because and maybe I'm just projecting, but it was one of those things that I wish I had more of. I wish I had, when I first got married, I had a good amount of friends on my side who were very supportive, who had already been married, but I didn't have enough altogether. People just constantly lifting us up, constantly praying for us, constantly being supportive of us being together. And that's not everything. But I think it is so helpful because marriages aren't easy. You have two people with two different minds blending their lives and their worlds together and trying to move in the same direction. And especially once you've grown and you've had a certain amount of independence and a certain amount of success, it's very hard to merge those two things and get on the same page. So I just, whenever anybody is married, I always want to laud them with praise and, celebrate and be just a positive light for their marriage, because it's definitely not easy, and it's great to have some support, at least for me. So I hope me doing that pays it forward. And the next time I walk down that aisle, I'll get some folks who are celebrating me.
We'll send it right back.
That's it. See what. So what you got to say? I know you've been quiet and busy and doing a couple of things. So anything from this conversation that we've had you want to share?
I don't want to regurgitate what's all been said, but I think, it was summed up pretty nicely. And I think we kind of got there in the comment ministry. I think we all kind of figured out where we all were coming from. But I just don't think anything that happens in a relationship is in a vacuum. I mean, you either have people who are doing outright horrible things that maybe you should have saw beforehand before you got with them, or alternatively, if someone is, cheating or doing anything else that's, not appropriate in the relationship and it's kind of a one-off, if you do care to save that relationship or do care to learn where things could go left or things could go better in the future, it's always good to try to figure out. But I like what was said before. You can do all the investigation and you can get down to the bottom of what happened and still choose to leave if that's what you want to do. You can, that's your right. But I have noticed a lot when it comes to cheating in particular, in comparison to other things that go wrong in a relationship, people tend not to want to ask those questions, and they kind of want to stay in a victim mentality, which you are in fact a victim, but that's not always helpful. And it's always, you can sit in that place for a little bit, But at some point, you want to figure out kind of what went left and what happened. You could just be with a narcissistic cheater that doesn't value you or themselves. It's quite possible. And other things are possible as well. I personally, want to watch what I say because I haven't been cheated on to my knowledge. I also pride myself in dodging cheating type dudes. So I have friends that are always getting cheated on, and I feel like they're picking particular type dudes that I've never picked. So that may go into why I haven't particularly been cheated on. And that's also something to investigate. Who are you picking? But I can't really say that for a fact, but to my knowledge, I haven't been. But I'm sure if I have been, it would be quite painful, and I can't tell people what to do and what their deal breakers should be after that experience. But it's always something to learn when you're in this life partnership or a marriage in particular. It's not easy. It's not easy. Um, and that grace aspect is important because when you think about your deal breakers, you set vows for better or for worse. And a lot of times it didn't say for better or for worse, but cheating, but for better or for worse, but gambling, for better or for worse. You got to think about what you said when you signed up there. And so when you're thinking about what you said, when people do stuff that's wrong, you have to think about the grace that you vow to give them. A relationship to me is different. If someone shows you who they are and you haven't already walked down the aisle and you're able to walk away, I would suggest you walk away. People cheating on you and your boyfriend and girlfriend, and you don't have no type of ties, no house, no nothing, I would suggest you walk away personally. But when you start talking about life commitments and commitments in front of your family and friends and God, I think it's just a little different. But it's just the self-awareness aspect of it. But I enjoyed the conversation. I think we all kind of got to the same place in a way, I think, of understanding. I
Agree.
hope.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think we were able to. There were points where people are divided in terms of how they would handle the cheating, but I think everybody was better able to understand what each side was talking about. So God Gives Mike asked this question: is it wrong that some people feel like marriage is just a piece of paper? I mean, wrong. No, I mean it's up to whomever is involved. I think the institution of marriage, our ideas about it have shifted and evolved with time. So there's a lot of people that don't necessarily value a marriage the same way that it was in the past. And not everybody is looking to be married the same way that people were in the past. There were other benefits to marriage, especially for women, decades ago, that women don't need necessarily the protection of a marriage to exist. So some women are choosing to not be married. Some people don't like the notion or the idea of being claimed or depended on by another person. They don't like the confines of a marriage. They want to be able to leave whenever they feel a relationship isn't serving them. I don't think that's wrong for the person. It's not how I feel, but I wouldn't say that that's wrong because I can't tell you what works for you is wrong. I could tell you how I feel and why I believe it to be true. I believe in the institution of marriage. I think yes, is it in part, a big part of it, a business? Yes, I do understand the components of that. But I also think it is a great space and an environment for building a family and building a legacy. And it's not to say that's the only way you can do it, but I believe that is the best way for me. So that's my thoughts. Anybody else?
I always thought it was weird when people say it's just a piece of paper. It just, that idea, I mean, even if it's just a piece of paper, it's a pretty strong contract. If it's going to be a paper, I want it to be a good paper. It's a contract that has a lot of implications. I understand people saying, marriage is just a business. That makes more sense to me than a piece of paper, because some people treat it like it's just a business. Um, but it's definitely more than it's a piece of paper. It has a lot of serious implications, and I mean, you can get into a marriage real easy. Getting out of it, for everyone, whoever in the comments who knows how to get, it's hard. Definitely not just a piece of paper. It's a big deal. Even if you take the love and and God and everything out of it, it's still a big deal. You think about what you have to go through, what you're signing up for. You become responsible a lot of times. If your husband got tax issues, your wife got tax issues, you got tax issues. That's the crazy. I mean, that's just one aspect. I mean, think of how many things, marriage comes into play. So it's definitely more than just a piece of paper. And hopefully, it's a more spiritual thing as well. But it's not spiritual for everyone. For some people, it's more of an arrangement. So
Okay, so the question was about marriage being a piece of paper, like someone saying that marriage is just a piece of paper. Okay, so in my opinion, I feel that people who say that marriage is just a sheet of paper are people who don't want to get married. Deep down, they don't want to get married because that's usually an excuse someone will say when they say they don't want to get married. Anyone who does want to get married understands that it's much more than that. So, simply put, that's my thought on it.
I would say yes, Corey. I'm one of them people that don't want to get married or whatnot because I do share like that. But it's not that it's just a piece of paper or whatnot. How I look at it, and I explained this once before on one of our lives, that how it's set up in America now is more so most people going into it as a business contract. Is it that? No. Yes, like Seaway said, it is more than that. It should be more than that. But because even though divorce is high, it's still up there. Even though it's more expensive to get divorced than it is to get married, it is a lot more to go through to get divorced than it is to get married. Divorce rates are still up there. So in America, for me, in my opinion, for the most part, yes, I do believe most Americans as a whole just see it as a piece of paper. Do everybody? No. Some people really value the contract of being married legally, and because it to them, they go through the biblical term of it's a union between God's eyes, because that's what it's supposed to be. But now that divorce is so accessible and we can do it all the time, people don't go into it in that regard. So to answer the question, do I say it's wrong? It's up to a person's opinion on how they feel about it. But if their heart is not into marriage and being married and living up to that contract, yes, then it is wrong for them.
Um, that was a question. Um, the question was that not necessarily in this comment, but this is a question I've heard before. Is marriage more beneficial for the wife than the husband, or is it equally beneficial? So I don't know if anyone wanted to take a crack at that, Shawn or Seaway. Do you guys feel like it's more beneficial for the woman to be married to the man, or do you feel like it's equally beneficial?
well, I think that the answer to this is going to be a little Kevin Samuels esque, but I think in the society where women didn't have were refused or were used to be shamed for having kids outside of marriage, yes, I think it was equally beneficial. But nowadays, a man can have his family, can have multiple families. He can do whatever he wants, and women will sign up for it and be perfectly fine. I was just on Instagram, and the girl Ari Fletcher just says, "I want a daughter today." People want kids like accessories, and the men want their kids like accessories, and they can do it without being married. So honestly, nowadays, women are benefiting to me more from marriage, because when we have kids and a man decides to leave, we're stuck. I would say we're benefiting more from marriage when children are involved. So yeah, I think back in the day, for a man to get his family, for a man to have a family unit, for a man to have a woman that would, be good to him, cook, clean, take care, whatever the things that used to happen back in the day, he would have to marry that woman. Now, I mean, I don't have to tell you what's going on. I mean, you don't have to do that. So for a man, I mean, it's like kicking and screaming to get a lot of men to get you to marry, because why? You'll have their kids, you'll sit in their house, you'll cook, you'll clean, you do whatever they want. Why would they marry? What do they benefit at that point? Nothing. So I think that's why women benefit more today, under the situation that we have today. Unfortunately. This is my opinion from what I've seen.
Okay. All right. Anybody else?
I definitely agree with Seaway on a lot of points. It technically should be beneficial to both, but if we go by statistics and numbers and all that stuff, being that women generally, for the most part, outnumber the men, it would slightly favor for the woman to lock in the man, because the man technically has his options, so to speak. He got to say the 3-to-1 option ratio and stuff. It could be more, but it should be beneficial to both parties, being that both parties are agreeing to go into it together. So it should come out a win-win for them both. They should be a union. They should be them against the world, them against the issues, as we said earlier and stuff. It shouldn't be one-sided. And if it is one-sided, that's probably why the divorce rates is so high.
Yeah. Shawn, I don't know if you wanted to say something before I get started, man.
Yeah, I'll just say that our family court laws benefit women first, and then secondly, whomever makes the least amount of money. And in today's time, sometimes it's, flipped, and the women are making more than men. So first it's going to be women, especially when it comes to custody of children, if they're children. And then if that woman makes less money than her husband, definitely it's going to be beneficial to her from a financial standpoint, because if it's significant enough, she stands to, get a percentage of his assets if she doesn't have money independently of him, for sure. Right. And then depending on the state you're living in will determine how much that's going to, impact you. So definitely, I think that, when a marriage ends, it definitely benefits a woman first, and then whomever in that relationship may make less money. I think the other thing is that in and during the marriage, and this is why I believe in marriages, is because when people are married, typically they live longer, right? Men, we live longer in marriages. Believe it or not, men thrive better in relationships. If you think about, and I don't want to, it's not stereotypical, but it is what it is. Like men, most of us, it's inbred in us to be a provider. Yes, can we provide for ourselves? Sure we can. But that motivator of a family to provide for, a wife and kids, There is nothing stronger than that. It pushes you to be the best, to do the best. It is just instinctual in us, to, to be a provider in that sense. So I think that is one of the benefits of marriage. When I was married, there would be no stone overturned. I was motivated. And if I look at all of my other friends who were married, we were like all the same thing. Okay, what I'm going to do here? If I want to have kids here, okay, this is what I need to do. I need to do this. If we had a house, okay, I know I need to have this much money in savings because if something went wrong with the house, I knew what needed to be done. I wanted to make sure X, Y, and Z was covered. All of those things you start to think about. Do we have life insurance? Do we have protection for us? If something happens to one of us, if we're ever injured, is the other in a going to be taken care of? And it's not to say you can't do those things by yourself, but if you think about us as people, as a whole, we're not designed to live alone. We're not designed to be by ourselves. I think there's something out there where we need X amount of hugs a day, and that helps for us to feel happy and content. So just our bodies, our nature is designed for us to be in companionship. So that's my little plug for marriage.
Okay. So I'm going to say the same thing that Shawn said, but in a different way. In the marriage, it should be equally beneficial, right? However, it really depends on a few things. It depends on if that woman is working, if all of the heat, all of the weight is on that man to provide for her, solely provide for her, like she's not doing anything for herself. Then at that point, the woman is benefiting from it because she's getting all the spoils of being married, and he's not getting as much on his end. But I do want to take a moment to see if anyone else caught how everyone responded to this question. So the men, Shawn and myself, I know I said in the beginning it should be mutually beneficial, but we do tend to think about the end. Like if the marriage doesn't work. Shawn was giving some great detail about what if it doesn't work. Now the ladies on the panel, they were saying about going into the marriage, being in the marriage. But as men, we're looking at, okay, if this goes wrong, what do I lose? And men do have more to lose when it comes to getting married. Because if it doesn't work, Shawn made a good point again, that things have kind of shifted when it comes to who's making the most money and this, that, and other. So there is some validity there. But when I say that for men, the thing about marriage is that it's not so much the fear of getting married, it's the fear of it ending. That is a genuine concern for a lot of men. Because if it ends, then there's a possibility of alimony that needs to be paid, depending on how long the marriage took place. It's a lot of things that depend when it comes to this. So for me, like I said in the beginning, it should be mutually beneficial for both people to get married. I make her stronger. She makes me stronger. Iron sharpens iron. But if it was to fall apart, then what happens then? That's the question. Like what happens then? Who is going to be benefiting at that point? Just something I wanted to throw out there. This is a question I had on my spirit.
Good question. I don't know where our host went. He just be disappearing on us.
Abracadabra.
Abby, release him. Yeah, Abby to release him. But yes, Mimi, I agree with you that should be talking about the marriage part, because that was where the question lied, in the marriage part of it, not the divorce fellas.
That's crazy, man. Like how that works, though.
Right. I just listened to you. I was like, what?
Yeah.
But it does affect, because the way the system, and I mean, some things just haven't changed to catch up to the times either, or whatnot. Because back in the day, the women weren't working and stuff, so they needed a protection plan as to why, they should be the bearer of his legacy. And he just often leave and find somebody else after a while. So back in the day, yes. Now that we are both, he didn't pay his wife.
See, Arne, why you got to come up in here starting trouble, bro?
Come right in with it, huh?
It's so funny. I had to get something for Abby. So you were spot on, Jay. But and I get why you a couple of ladies or some people were saying, oh, why am I talking about the divorce aspect? Because listen, one, I'm going to talk from my experience, and I'm somebody that's divorced, right? So that's one. And two, listen, I don't want to generalize. I always got to give this disclosure, but this is how a man's mind, that's how my mind works. I just got to tell you, but at the end of the day, where did I end? I ended in saying all the positive aspects of a marriage, why I feel marriage is beneficial, and why I would be interested in being married again, because I do think it's a motivator. I do think it is a beautiful thing. So yeah, but I had to talk about when I sit and talk to some of my married friends or some of my friends that have been divorced, they, especially those that have been through it. And listen, I got to thank God. I had the most peaceful divorce experience that you can have. So but I know plenty of other people who didn't. And this is what a lot of people are thinking about more and more now, especially people who are high earners and have assets. You think about that, because that is something that you can stand to lose if the marriage does end. And marriages are ending at a very high rate. I'm a prime example of it. So I'm going to speak from that experience, and I'm going to share the holistic point of view about it. I'm not just going to tell you all the roses and all the great things. No, these are some things that you have to consider walking into a marriage. And the same for a woman, right? Just like there's a woman, if you are, and that's why I said, whomever makes the most money, right? So if you're a woman and you're a high earner, you make more than your husband. These are things you want to think about. Does it necessarily mean prenup? Maybe, maybe not, but you want to think about it. Don't avoid the conversation and just say, oh, no, it's not happening. That's just a setup for a divorce. No, it's not. It is proper planning, because there are business and legal ramifications of a marriage. And unfortunately, of a dissolution of a marriage can also have consequences. It does have consequences. So you want to be honest with yourself and with your partner about what that looks like and what that means. If all we do is dress up a marriage and make it this cakewalk of a thing and a mythical experience, we're setting ourselves up for a bad situation, because that's not what it is. It is partially a business. And yes, do you need love in a marriage? But you need more than love in a marriage. And the love that you do need is not just the romantic love. It's not just the eros love. You need philios. You need the friendship love. You need agape. You need godly love. You need all of those loves, because just that one love by itself does not make for a marriage to last forever. So these are things you want to be thinking about. And that's when it comes back to your deal breakers, because you want to have all those different elements that are going into your marriage if you want to be married forever. And I'm just telling it to you real and unfiltered from somebody who has been there. And these are the lessons that I had to learn, because in my mind, I said vows and it was forever, and there was nothing that was going to change that. Reality is different, folks. It's different. So as much as we want marriages to happen and to be in place, if we want them to last forever, we need to have tough conversations. We need to talk about things that aren't necessarily the sexy things and the things that sound good to talk about. We need to put our deal breakers out there. We need to talk about how we're going to handle conflict. We need to talk about what's important to us in the bedroom. We need to talk about these things, because if we don't, they're coming up. They're just going to, you rather get ahead of it, then it sneaks up behind you and bites you. And then you're like, where did that come from? And now you're blindsided and in pain because you got knocked off your feet. It's my 2 cents.
All right. I just want to take a moment to address one of the comments. Mark Dunham says that he felt like the question I had was weird, that the idea of benefits seems weird when considered a marriage. Beneficial to you, singular, seems to conflict with this merchant of self-promote to us. Now, let's be real for a moment. I'm gonna speak my truth on this. That when I mention benefits, marriage is definitely about the us. Definitely should be about the us, but that's not always the situation. That's not always the case. So if we're being honest with ourselves, it is about benefits. It is about growth. It's about building. So for me, I take it from the mindset of, if I want to build a legacy, build an empire, and I have a helpmate that's going to help me do this, then that is beneficial to me. If I want a great woman to be a great mother to my children, it's beneficial for me to pick XYZ as my wife, because it's beneficial. So the benefits come in, it's all throughout the marriage. Otherwise, it's like, why are you marrying that person? Why are you marrying this specific person if it's not beneficial for your dreams, your structure, what you would like to see your family become? Why marry this woman or this man at that point? So I'm really curious to hear in the comments from you, sir. I say it's all respect. This is no disrespect, but I'm just curious to hear what will be the reasons why you would get married to someone if it wasn't beneficial to you. Even if you're a man, say for instance, you got a good woman who goes to church every Sunday. You want to get yourself right with the Lord, and you think that she'll be the one to push you in that right direction. That's beneficial to you. So I'm giving you these examples because it's not just about self. It's about equal benefits. Like, you want someone who's going to help you grow, and you want to be with someone that you can help them grow. It's about learning from each other. It's about inspiring each other. These are benefits from being married. So that's just my 2 cents on that. Like, I'm in the comments, I'm reading what you guys are saying. I just want to give a little context to any questions you guys have. So it's not any beef or anything like that. Just giving a little context. So Mark, if you can answer that for me, bro, that help me understand.
I was going to say this, though. Though it's a weird question, it is a good question, because then you start to get the perspective of people and see, that was the whole thing about us in this live tonight about conversations. We think questions are weird or ill, or we shouldn't talk about certain things. And so a lot of things go unsaid, and we don't have no clue of how the other person is really feeling about stuff. So, a lot of times we just do need to have the weird questions come out so we can have these conversations and really break it down to get an understanding of other people and whatnot. But, as a whole, I think even with the chat, I know we went back and forth earlier trying to break down and get an understanding of everything. And, we were sharing all our comments and our opinions and our thoughts, and you guys were sharing them back with us. And I totally appreciate it, because that's what we're here for, is to have the conversations and learn how to actually have the conversations until we do come to an understanding about the differences that we have. You know, it doesn't mean that we have to agree on situations, but we do understand each other better from where we're coming from. You know, I like the fact that you guys kept challenging me and Corey on our stance on certain things. You know, it doesn't negate from how we might continue to move in the future on things, but it does help you see how other people like us view the world. Sorry, my cat is at the horse races now. If y'all can hear, I'm running back and forth. But you know, I like it. I like the fact that we can sit here and literally just talk it all the way out until we get to a point. You know, that is like, you guys don't understand. That's part of the reason me and Shawn started the channel, because that's how our conversations would go. He would be on one side of the fence, I'd be on the other, and we're steady trying to get to the other person's side. And so we would literally have these talks back and forth, which is going back and forth until we understood one another. So, you know, I appreciate you guys for just sticking through the madness with us, and, you know, sharing your opinions as well.
Yeah, and I see this Queen Won't Quit, you know, put this, don't all those loves cover you, so isn't love enough? I unfortunately don't think so, you know. And again, this is my experience. Because yes, all those loves are interconnected. And I think those aspects of love are super important. But it takes a lot of it's a little more complex than just the love aspect. And then some people don't even acknowledge those other loves, right? Some people just get as far as romantic love and they miss the other parts. Some people's understanding of what all those other loves are different than yours are. So I do think it's more than just the love aspect. Is it important? Yeah. And Arne had put in the comments about like being underrated, right? So yeah, you have to like the person. You have to want to spend time with the person. You have to invest in that person. And you see, like, and this is some of the stuff that I see that plagues marriages. The ones that unfortunately are unsuccessful, or sometimes people are still in them, but they're not productive. People are not intentional about the time they spend together. People do more. There's more girls' trips and guys' trips for married people, and more focus on what we're going to do independently of each other than, just like we talked about earlier, when Lucky was in the house, and she talked about the fact that date night it should be a non-negotiable, but it's not always, and it goes on both ends. Is that wife invested in doing things that her husband wants to do? Is the husband invested in doing things that his wife wants to do? Right? Are we equally invested in each other and dedicating time out for the relationships, or the relationship rather? Or are we so focused on all the other outside things, our friends, our job, and all these other things that we've made so important, and we don't spend time and really are intentional about our relationship? And this is what happens, because then we start to get so comfortable with doing things separate that now trying to do things together becomes a chore. So that's just something that I've seen. Not in every marriage, but I do see it as something that's crept up. You know, you see it on social media. You know, girls' trips are a whole thing. Yeah, I'm not really saying you can't go on a girls' trip once a year or once, every so often. But if that's your major focus, or if you're doing that with regularity, but you're not setting out time for, a family trip, a trip with your, with your partner, yeah, no, you got your priorities, off, off. And again, I'm not somebody that wants someone underneath me 24/7 either. So don't get me wrong, but you do need to be intentional about spending quality time with each other throughout your marriage, not just in the beginning, the first few years, but throughout, because it's very easy to start growing apart. Just my little 2 cents. So I see we got some prenup talk going. And I think, listen, the conversation about marriage, there's so many different components to it. So I think it's definitely, it's okay to talk about all different layers and aspects of it. There's a financial component to it. There's a legal component to it. There's a spiritual component to it. If you believe in God, I happen to, but not everybody does. Or some people have different views or versions of what they believe and to whom they believe. But there's so many components to it. So we got to talk about them. If we just take it for granted that everybody sees it the same exact way, then we're not learning, we're not growing. So, we got to go through all things. We talked about an open marriage. Again, not something I want, but there's people out there that may work for them. Arne says, focus on being likable in your relationship and being lovable will come. That's a good one from another married brother with 2 kids. So we thank you for sharing your gems. So it was agape, philios, and eros. Celery. Let's see what else we got going on here. Oh, we got Light in the house. What's up, Light?
What's up, Light?
Like, this is deep. You're using a lot of $7 words here. So hold on one second. The danger of practical selection of a partner and entering into a marriage to create of a certain type of life is prioritizing practicality while creating an emotional void and vulnerability. That was a mouthful. Like, you want to come up here and explain this to the people, because I don't want to misinterpret what you're saying. But I hear you. It can't be all practical if that's part of what you were saying, right? It can't just be, all clinical approaches. We have to yeah, she put some SAT words up there. So Corey,
Yeah.
Seaway, anything?
I don't know. I think we've thoroughly discussed this topic.
Marriage as a business is what Light was saying. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that we definitely can't reduce it. This queen won't quit. You sound like a romantic, and there's nothing wrong with that.
That's what I'm talking about, Queen.
Real love changes you. It motivates you to do all you can.
Yeah, love's inspirational. So I agree with that wholeheartedly. But I also agree with what you said, Shawn. It's take a little bit more than just love. But yeah, love is all those things.
Celery 08 says arranged marriages can succeed. Mark, as a response, not the ones we saw on maths. Yeah, right now this season, there's 0 for 5 people that are still actually in the same household. One, Rachel and Jose are giving a good go at it, but they're not living in the same household. And this is just at the reunion. We know that several couples usually fall off even after the reunion. So.
All right, guys. I think I will be calling it a night.
Yes, we are about to wrap it up. Yeah, if there's any other comments, feedback tonight. Oh, Celery said Rachel and Jose broke up in October. Yeah, it's a wrap for maths. So we appreciate you guys. Good night. God bless. We thank you for the comments, for the feedback, for sharing with us for the last 4 hours. Corey, anything you want to promote before we close out tonight?
Oh man, let me just want to be clear about a few things. My questioning, my line of thinking is not like anyone else's. I think maybe I should have forewarned everybody about that. My questions will seem a little weird. My way of thinking may be a little off-putting to some, but it is what I've come to learn to be working for me. It's got me this far in my life. I'm able to do the things I want to do. And, I'm in a good place. I don't expect everyone to agree with me for every point that I make, and I welcome it. I welcome it. I really do. I welcome the challenge because that's where convincing arguments actually take place. Because that is the thing. I look for those convincing arguments, something that makes me think about, what I'm thinking about, what I'm saying, whatever the case is. And if you have a convincing argument, it's like, okay, hey, maybe I'm looking at it wrong, and I'm open to that. I'm open to receiving that. What I'm not open to is that, if it's a situation of you're not really listening, or you're not really trying to get an understanding or understand a perspective that's different than yours, then that's where you kind of lose me a little bit, because you have to be open to hearing different perspectives so you can kind of gauge where you are as a person. So that's why I'm very open to hearing what people have to say when it comes to different points that I make or whatnot. So again, I do welcome that. I welcome those who agree with me as well. But I ask different types of questions because it taps into a different part of the brain. Not so much to be combative, not so much put one side against the other, because I'm definitely not about that. But it just taps into another side of the brain that makes you think about, okay, is this something that people really think about? In some cases it is. In some cases it may not be, but it's a question nonetheless. So I appreciate everybody for listening, man, and coming on and sharing their opinions and their thoughts and everything. Everything is welcome. I appreciate it. If you liked or if you didn't like what I had to say, please go over to Black Made Media and go ahead and give your boy a subscribe. You can go over there and hate me directly over there. So, or you can love me directly over there. So, subscriptions and likes and comments and everything, all that is welcome. All that is appreciated. Appreciate you guys from the bottom of my heart. It's been a good Saturday night, and I'm out.
Thank you, Corey. Jay?
Technical difficulties trying to push the unmute button over here. But no, Big Key, I've been ruining your name all night. I just realized it. Sorry, love. It's been a great conversation between me and you all night. I got my robe on. I'm not in my pajamas yet. It's just I got a back door open for my dog, so I'm listening. But it's been a wonderful conversation. I appreciate you guys as always for just, sticking through the whole thing with us. We go back and forth all the time, but the whole goal is to get a better understanding of one another as a whole, as individuals, to be a whole, let me put that more clear. So, the conversation was about communication. And I think overall, we did a very good job of that tonight. Nobody was super irate and got it all out of line and stuff like that, except for me on mute for Shawn earlier, but Shawn didn't hear nothing I said, so doesn't even matter. But, it's always all love. You guys make sure that you guys go to another round and support the channel. I know we've trying to get the kinks out of how to operate this thing from both channels at the same time, so we can just, build both brands at the same time. Because I do ask my brother a lot. He's taken away a lot to be over here with me. So I appreciate him. And just support us all up here. Thank you.
Yes. And Monday, we will be live on another round solely. So Jay can man the comments.
You could go from yours, but I'll be on my comment section, okay? I'll be able to do me. I like to write to people's. Can't
So
write.
Jay,
You're not relaying my messages.
I know we're gonna make sure that happens Monday and going forward. No repeating of tonight. So your the knowledge you brought from forget the therapist name you used, but the listening, understanding, and validation, love is the key. I hope that's the major takeaway for everybody in communication. Yes, Dr. Ish. So if that's the key takeaway, Celery, thank you for bringing that back. I hope everybody walks away with that, right? Let's listen to understand each other. Let's validate and ensure that we heard what we heard. And it doesn't mean we have to agree, but we can do all that without necessarily having the same opinion, right? And that's how we have great discussions like we had tonight. So I appreciate everybody in the chat, in the comments. All of you have made this conversation so active and beyond what we thought it was going to be. So appreciate you for all your contributions. Continue to look out for us. Again, like, share, subscribe. Another round, like, share, subscribe to Shawn Unfiltered. Like, share, subscribe to Black Made Media. We're out here. I think Seaway is on her way to sleep, but I know she's not.
Little Black Book 91.
Yes, when she and her legal team have time to grace us with their presence. But thank you all. God bless. Good night. Till the next time. And check out my outro, guys.
You've been working hard. I'm not about to